hyper,
and the energy drink, which is absolutely loaded at all hours of the day. People get it. There is a Smoothie King right there on the corner. I'm telling you, man, 180th and
Fields
April.
Express Bakery if you want to go to a bakery.
And there's a Qdoba.
Yeah.
Which
you want to get me anywhere, build a hibachi. I'm like moth to a flame with a hibachi.
I got you.
Come have hibachi with us out in West Maple.
Come out to Hibachi Town.
I will totally have hibachi.
We're setting up a hibachi or a kibachi night. That's what I just called it.
When if you guys ever come out to Chicago, I'm gonna have Mike take you guys to Rana, Japan, and we're gonna set you up with the shrimp, the king shrimp with the egg yolk sauce and the fire and the whole shebang. You're gonna get the surf and turf filet mignon with the lobster. We're gonna do. If you ever come, we'll take you to a nice hibachi. I want to treat you guys to a nice hibachi dinner.
No, I don't want to go to hibachi in Chicago. No. Why would I want to do that?
We want to go to one of the.
Well, we can go to hibachi in West Maple. How about this? How about if I win my Indiana to win the national championship future, I'll take the boys out to hibachi
back to back.
If Indiana goes back to back, I'll take you boys out to a nice hibachi.
So what does the $5 pay off for you?
No. It's gonna be a pretty big wager.
It's gonna be at
Matty
least
Mac,
$20.
I've been killing it in NASCAR betting this year, so the bankroll is going to be a little bit higher for the futures when we get into the season.
Crash and burn candidate.
Yeah, no. Last year it was a good year. I made.
I can't believe you have back-walled yourself into picking Indiana to win the national championship again, all because you're against the narrative that they might not be as good as they were last year. You realize you've done this to yourself, right?
And it's not doing it to myself because I actually believe it. I actually believe
that doesn't.
I truly believe.
People always say that. They're like, it's not a bit if you believe it. It's like, yes, it is. It's like,
I've
just committed to it.
I've committed to the fact that I think Indiana's going to be awesome again this year. And you know what? Yeah, in part,
you think that everyone is wrong.
Guys. Yes, you guys have ignited the fire. Your ignorance has ignited me to double down on this take. But it's a take I've always had. It's a take I've always possessed, and I'll continue to possess it. I mean, you can't deny.
What's the take? How have you always had the take if they're going to win the back? You've always felt Indiana was going to win back-to-back national championships.
That's impressive.
This is talking yourself into a circle, man. This is how you end up being in this spot.
No. You are putting words in my mouth, and I don't appreciate it, okay? When I did my research, was like, wow, Indiana's going to be great again this year.
Sound like Aaron Rodgers. I did my research
for Nebraska. I was like, they're going to be great again. And then we had John flapping off about how it's a winnable game. All the games are winnable. That's what he was saying. And then I had to listen to a promo for 2 months, or not a month, probably a month of Happer being like, I fully have Indiana in the winnable category.
Yeah, Connor said
and so that just you
ago.
two just kind of going, I fully have them winnable, and John going, it's a winnable game. They're not gonna lose by 30. That's just I mean, it sparked me.
You refuse to do a wager with me on what you think the score will be for this game. It's fascinating.
I will no. I'm wagering with you is something that I won't get.
So to clarify, your research is that you listen to Happer and Bishop and are now going against them.
Now listen, Happer presents himself as this nice, cuddly guy. In reality, he's the New York Central Park dude at 3-Card Monte. All right, you are the guy who are at the chessboards, just like, I just like to play chess, and then all of a sudden you got the English Open and you're killing everybody. I don't play games with sharks like Happer. I don't. He's a pool hustler.
If you were really confident in your take, you'd be ready to get whacked by me.
In one 30-second swoop, you were referred to as a 3-Card Monte, a chess player in like Central Park, and then a pool hustler. Pick a lane, Matt.
No, it's all the same thing. It's all paths to the same summit. All right. I'm not gonna go ahead. And Happer in a different life was like the guy under the guy in the mafia. You know, he was in a different life. Happer was like 3 away from like Gotti. You know, I mean, like he was 3 away from underboss. Yes, it's exactly what Happer was in a different life.
So
he's just
you're
responded
very
as a great family
in this game,
man.
And Indiana, you think Indiana obviously is going to win by 3 touchdowns. So we should set the line there, and then bet it. It sounds pretty easy.
You're talking to a gambler who I gamble regularly, and your wager is you want to handicap our bet 8 points up above what the actual spread will be. No, I'm not going to allow you to have even odds on a minus like 240 bet. Minus 280.
Well,
bet.
For the record,
I'm not going to let that happen.
For the record, I already offered the 14 like 2 weeks ago when we did this before the advance line came out, and you still said no to me because you're scared of me.
I will not take your bait. I will not take your bait.
Personal growth, everybody.
I will not take your bait.
It's so hard for him. I wish I could see you on the camera so I can see you just
so furious
punching yourself in the face.
Yeah. No.
We can't see him though.
Well, I mean, Happer knows you can twist. You can just turn it over. This is just me pondering.
There he is.
Look, I mean,
hey, if you win your big Indiana bet instead of hibachi, you could get yourself a computer that you could utilize when you're out on the road.
Seriously, it's insane. It's insane. Like last week, the camera was working, and now it's not working. So I don't know what to do. No, I think Happer knows the play where it's like now my hockey brain is like another man is saying you're scared of him. Take the bet, but I won't do it. I will not do it. I'm not going to be forced, and I'm not going to be hustled and 3-card Montied into giving Happer even odds on a minus 20 plus 21.5 bet or whatever the hell he wants.
Okay, situation alert then. So I ran into this weekend, and I think you would be gobbled up by this situation as well. We were playing golf, and behind one of the holes, behind a difficult hole, it was probably 12 or 13, in between 12 and 13, let's just say. There was an Airstream, like a camper, basically, that looked like it was going to be a concession stand, and it is a concession stand, but nobody wanted anything to eat or drink.
Sure.
And there was a lovely young woman in there, and she had a chessboard out. And she's like, come play chess.
Great idea.
Turn?
No, just after 12, in between 12 and 13. And she's like, do a chess move. I need you to do a chess move before you tee off on this next hole. And there was some people who did the chess move, and some people stayed and took more chess moves. And there was one person who actually took a max on the hole because they were worried that the hole was going to be so bad anyway that they just stayed and played chess.
Wow.
With the swindler woman.
What was the max?
I've seen the Odyssey. That's a siren song.
I think it was a par 4. So
somebody
9.
Get these beggars out of here.
We do +5.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say this, and as I've grown older, really this season golfing, I feel more and more this way. When I golf and we're like in a foursome, like I'm in a bubble. Okay. Like I am in a bubble. I am in a cone. I don't want anybody in that bubble or in that cone other than the 3 other people I am golfing with. And the only person who's allowed to come into the bubble / the cone is the cart girl. That's the only person.
Say that.
Everybody else.
So the people that are in front of you in the group, and there's a log jam. You're like, I can't talk to you guys. You're not in my bubble, and you're not the cart girl.
Not real. I have no. I'll give a wave and I'll give a nod or a hi, whatever. Like, I'll be nice, but it's just like,
you would have got swindled by the chess girl for sure.
Like, no, I wouldn't. I would just ignore it. I've been like, this is dumb. Tee off. Why are we wasting time? I like to play ready golf. I love that Fox guy who won the Open. He goes up there and hits it. That's how I play golf.
Was that one of your best bets?
No, I didn't. I have no idea who that guy was until he won. I mean, be honest with you.
I don't know if it was like the Derby where you had like 17 different winners for the British Open or something.
No, I didn't bet the Open. I didn't bet the British Open. I bet NASCAR. I bet NASCAR on Sundays. I've been doing that.
Where's the NASCAR at this weekend?
They're on a break.
I was going to guess Watkins Glen.
No, good guess.
Good pull.
Thank you.
No, I think they're at Iowa.
Watkins Glen?
Iowa
no,
this week.
Really? One of the road tracks?
Great.
Nothing.
It's a great course.
I
learned how to drive. I learned how to drive Watkins Glen on the video game.
Everyone did, yeah. You, of course, on the video game immediately went to Watkins Glen. That's what everybody did. Schaefer clearly didn't have a NASCAR video game.
Matt, if you could play a simulation of Augusta, would you tell people that you know how to play Amen's Corner because you played a simulation?
Yeah. I mean, sure, the strategy of how to play Amen's
It opens up down there.
Well, yeah, the strategy is to get the ball.
You know what
it
the hole
opens
looks
up
like.
down there. What a great
what the hole looks like. you know how the green, if you're playing a sim, you know how the greens move and how, like, you know, where the slopes are.
Because famously, sims are known for their great putting.
No, but you're saying a full sim like NASCAR. When I'm in NASCAR, I have a full sim of every single turn and what the speed should be and what the brakes should be and everything like that. If you're saying I played a full sim of Augusta, I would assume it means I also get to look at the green. And yeah, I would tell people if I had a full sim and I saw the greens move, oh yeah, you should hit it over there.
Connor thinks he can fly a plane because of Flight Simulator.
Yeah.
And my natural born talent.
The NASCAR racers, like the actual racers, they hop on the sim for like 12 to 15 hours a week before.
Yeah, I'm guessing their sim's better than yours.
Oh, way better.
I saw F1. Yeah,
they're way better. But I still know how to race Watkins Glen. I can tell you how you got to tap the brakes a little bit.
Here's the thing though, like if I trained to be both a golfer for a year and a NASCAR driver for a year, I would end up being a better NASCAR driver.
No, you wouldn't. You have no idea the just strain on your body it puts. I mean, you're pulling.
That's why I trained for a year.
You're going 200 miles an hour. The car gets super hot.
They don't look like they're having fun.
Your neck muscles. You're not. When was the last time you trained your neck? You know, you don't have the neck muscles in order to withstand the 4-set times.
What is he talking about?
Man. It's being a NASCAR driver is tough. Being a NASCAR driver.
I didn't say it wasn't. I said if I trained at both of these for a year, I would be better at NASCAR. I'd be better at. I'm already really, really good at driving a car. I'm already I'm just fine at golf. Like I have a better jumping off point on driving a car. I really believe that.
But being a NASCAR driver isn't like making the yellow light, okay? It's not like, oh, we're going from 60 to 70 so you can keep
I know
going
angles.
down.
I know angles and things like that. I'm good at that.
Should make a graphic. That'd be a good graphic. I know angles.
I know angles.
Yeah, no,
I'm already a really, really good driver.
I'm
just fine at golf.
How many times in your life have
you think you'd be better at golf? You think you'd be good enough to be like a
you're
PGA?
A better golfer than driver?
I'm a better driver.
How many times have you guys driven 180 miles an hour? Let's up the stakes. You've driven 180 miles an hour, and you have to be 6 inches away from another car while driving 180 miles an hour.
I'm at
When was the last
times.
time you had to worry about your tire tread and whether or not the bottom of the track or the top?
Every
of the track
winter, I'm worried about my tire tread.
No, you guys have never had to experience like driving on a racetrack, and when you first are driving, it's hot, and so the tires wear out quicker, but then the clouds come in, and then all of a sudden the temperature of the track is lower, which means that you get better.
Once
grip,
again, Matt, there is a better
changed.
chance of me figuring that out than shooting under par. There just is. Like that is a fact of life. I will
don't know, man.
That right
You're pretty
before
good.
I shoot under par.
You would get
you barely golf, and you golf to 78. You barely golf, and you golf to 78.
At Stone Creek, okay. Like we're putting on glass. Like we're on the tour here. All right. This is not Stone Creek.
I think you are.
What about the Corn Ferry?
You are completely underestimating the fact that NASCAR is insanely difficult, and you have zero experience. At least you have some.
So do you think you'd be better on the PGA tour than the NASCAR tour?
Yes, because there is a chance I actually like.
There is no
chance.
There is a great chance I actually hurt myself driving in the NASCAR Cup Series than there is me. I go to the PGA Tour, I just shake everywhere. I'm the laughing stock, whatever. That happens on this radio show every day anyway.
That's
it's
not the question.
No sweat off my back. You know?
It's not the question.
It's not sweat off my back.
You will keep changing
You're just assuming you'll die.
Yes, seriously. I have never driven a car over 130 miles an hour, let alone going 200 miles an hour down a straight with 38 other cars around me.
You should on the way home today.
Yeah, I think that's
a bad idea.
I'd suffer the same fate.
We should put this out for a poll question. I want to hear what people think about this.
I think more people are going to agree with you because they are more educated on the difficulties of golf, okay? But I don't think enough people recognize how hard it is to be a
That's what the training's for.
This isn't Mad Men, all right? This isn't about advertising. This is about cars
it's
that you've
about
never driven.
Oh,
golfing
if you gave
and
me
driving a vehicle.
I could run Sterling Cooper.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah. I have a tolerance for whiskey.
Have you ever?
Okay,
thought
but
about
that's not
writing
an
your
option.
own,
You
like,
don't get a
TV
year
series?
get to be a better ad man. It's either NASCAR or golf.
Yeah.
Okay, Josh, what do you think? NASCAR or golf?
I think I'd be terrible at both.
Of course, of course,
This
yes.
isn't the idea that you'd be good at whatever these
Right.
Yeah.
are.
I understand.
Remember who you got to host with for the next 4 hours here.
But no, that's not weighing into my decision at all.
It never
do
does.
actually-
It definitely seems like it
I
is.
do actually kind of agree with Matt.
Okay,
Thank you. But
you're
I'm
wrong.
not married to either answer.
Interesting.
Connor, when have you ever? What is the fastest you've ever driven a car? Come on.
I probably maybe have hit triple
78.
digits like once.
You have to do
I really
double
wanted it to
that
be a low number.
for 500 miles while you're bump drafting, and then you have to do it like 30 times in a year.
Yeah, everybody else is
It's
going the exact
incredibly
same speed as
difficult.
you. They don't have to deal with 86-year-old grandma on Maple Street going 32.
Happer-
Okay,
Happer
I have to
treating
deal with that
NASCAR
every
like
day.
the road. Hey, they can see me. They can see me. They see you. You're fine. Just pull out. It's okay.
They don't have to deal with this stuff with I have to deal with. They don't have to deal with potholes. I have to deal with potholes. Okay.
Are you saying that NASCAR would be better if they had more potholes on the course?
No, it'd be definitively worse. That's what I'm saying. Like,
He's saying that he has
the
had
conditions
to
are
adjust.
controlled in a NASCAR environment, of course, with the exception of going 1,000,000 miles an hour for 1,000,000 miles. I get it, but the conditions are generally controlled, and I do think you'd find a way.
I got so got in this crossover where I was like, I'm not going to take the bait and I'm not going to get upset. And then they just got me. They just got me today. They just did it.
It
This
happens.
is great. This is insane.
You weren't there in person to see their face.
No.
And to see that. Okay, I'm not going to give them.
I can't
No one set
really
out to get
read
you.
tiny baby.
Nobody's
Happer.
trying to get you, Matt. It's fine.
Do not
No,
fall
not.
into this
I'm saying
paranoia.
not get me, but you guys riled me up. I said I wasn't going to get riled up. And I got riled
I
up.
didn't know about that.
That's
goal.
what I'm not referring to. And you guys aren't out to get me. I love you guys, but
I
like I
assume
said,
your
I wasn't
default
going to get
stage
riled
when
up.
you wake up in the morning is riled.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. It's fairly accurate. And then I get less riled when I see Josh Otson. He's a calming
wow.
presence. And
Who
then
could be riled when a man's wearing this shirt next to you?
That's a great shirt.
It is a good looking
it's a
shirt.
great Hawaiian shirt. Schaefer, you a Hawaiian shirt man? You take you as a Hawaiian shirt guy.
I've had Hawaiian shirts. I don't have any.
Yeah.
I think the last move I used it as an opportunity to get rid of them. They were too big. Like it was just like an overgrown circus tent that I would wear in public sometimes. Like they were just too big. I had lost weight at that point, so like I didn't need it. I don't really have a reason to wear them either.
Yeah, I went through a Hawaiian shirt phase in college, and then it wasn't good. It wasn't good. I was just like skinny guy in Hawaiian shirt. It
Yeah,
wasn't-
What
I was
what
gonna
was
say,
the
I don't think you're
rationale
big
for
enough.
why you thought this made sense?
I don't know. I just get into phases of life, and just for whatever
you do
reason,
seem
I
like
was
you like phases.
I was just like Hawaiian shirt phase. Let's go. And I had like 5 of them, and I was rotating them, and then I even got like a floral polo, and stuff.
What
like,
phase
I
are you
was-
in
I
right
was-
now?
Um.
Like what fashion phase?
Oh, what fat? I don't know. Like tight shirts, is probably where I'm at right now.
You're in your
Probably.
Pate
Josh
state?
Pate's
phase?
medium.
Yeah, I'm in my Pate state right now.
You need
Currently,
to
where-
get some TikToks going to make the most out of it.
Yeah, I bought those True Classic T-shirts where they're tight around the arms but loose around the stomach. I got a whole
Do you like
them?
pack of 6 of those.
Were they worth the
They're comfy,
$60 a
actually.
shirt?
They're pretty comfy. No, this was a better deal than the MSNBC hats. They were better than 4 for $80.
There you
So
go.
I've worked myself into a shoot on those hat. I love that hat.
yeah, he's wearing the hat now. He's wearing the America 250 hats
Not
currently.
right now.
He's currently
It is
wearing
getting-
the 1620 The Zone hat.
It is hot.
This is the hottest
Oh
one of
my
these
god!
we've done, guys.
It is all of a sudden it's just turned up.
I wore my
here.
Kyle Schwarber
Oh,
sweat band.
Oh my god! I didn't
stadium.
even notice that.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
that's
Probably
awesome.
should have worn
That'll
that
keep
too.
the sweat out of there a little bit. All right, I didn't realize it was that hot out. I'm sorry.
It is hot. It is. It's very hot. We're actually gonna take a break and get some waters here. This was fun,
Oh.
guys.
All
I
right,
appreciate it.
bye
That was
bye.
a lot of fun.
I'm glad it worked.
Me too.
It did work.
See you guys. That was Crossover. Middays with Matt, live here at Werner Park. The Omaha Storm Chasers taking on the St. Paul Saints. 12:05 first pitch. We'll be here all day. Well, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. is it more accurately when we will be here. If you're coming to the park, come and say hi to us here. We're in front of section 114, Middays with Matt, live and rolling. Going to take a break here, give you a nice little rundown of what we're going to be talking about today at the park here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Receive 0% APR for 60 months on select 2026 Nissan models, like the new Nissan Rogue. Or save up to $7,000 off MSRP on these select models. Visit us in Bellevue or Omaha, or browse our offers online today. With approved credit, $299 doc fee due at signing. Expires September 30th, 2026. See dealer for details.
Before it falls into gear.
If it seems to switch gears for no reason.
If shifts are rough, lurching, or clunking.
So watch for the signs.
Because catching it early could mean repair instead of replacement.
And if you do need transmission work, be sure to call.
Certified Transmission, the job done right at the right price.
Find a location near you at certifiedtransmission.com.
At ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Whose car are we gonna take?
I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
That's an absolutely horse crap call.
Make room for Daddy. But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Chicago is.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
And rolling here from Werner Park. Matt McMaster, as always, joined by Josh Odson here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network, as we will be live here at Werner Park outside of Section 114 as first pitch between the Omaha Storm Chasers and the St. Paul Saints will take place at 12:05. J.O., how are you? How you doing?
I'm doing great. Always great to be out at Werner Park watching some baseball, although we're going to get this game in. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be great. There's a dark cloud over the stadium right now.
Can I tell you right now?
Uh-huh.
I love this weather. All right. And I'll tell you exactly why. Because I'm just so sick and tired of the 98 degrees and 99 degrees. And it was 108 degrees when I got into my car yesterday.
That's gross.
Okay. I'm literally starting my car on the outside. I'm opening up the door. I'm putting one foot in and I'm turning it on. And then I'm cranking the AC just while I come in because I'm not going to sit down. I have leather seats. I don't know if you know I have leather seats.
Well, I assumed with the fancy car and
yes,
the premium gas.
With the Hummer that I own.
That's
right. I got the nice leather seats. So I'm just like, no, I just put one foot in, I turn it on. That's how disgusting it's been getting into my car. But it's not disgusting today. We have some nice cloud cover. We just had a nice breeze that just rolled in here. So don't forget, if you're here at the Omaha Storm Chasers game, come to section 114. Come and say hi to us. We'll have some of our friends that we'll say hi to today. I'm sure Nick Batters, the voice of the Storm Chasers, will come down and say hi to us. I know President Cordero, I already saw Marty a little bit. I did get here before the president of the Omaha Storm Chasers today.
Wow.
Josh Otson. Who does that say more about, myself or Marty Cordero?
You're a model employee.
We will ask Marty himself. He will come and say hi to us today. It is a Wacky Guest Wednesday here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. 1 o'clock, we will be joined by a guest who, I don't know who, only Josh Odson knows. But at 11 o'clock, we'll be joined by someone we both know very well. Jon Walker will join us at 11 a.m. of the Omaha World Herald. J-Dub published an article today. It was released, which, by the way, the guy's on his vacation right now. He's currently on his staycation. He's not doing anything. I actually hung out with him over the weekend. He's like, I ain't doing anything. But I mean, the guy he's a sicko. He just can't stop himself from writing great articles. He wrote a great one today about Oswin Arunse, the center who transferred from Providence to Creighton. Had a great quote from Oswin, who went ahead and said, I wanted to stay in the Big East. He really did have the pick of the litter. I mean, that a guy like that, his size, his physicality.
Centers do right now.
I mean, it's incredible if you see kind of the contrasting markets in the NBA compared to college basketball, where you can get some power forwards, some centers. You can get some size for pretty cheap in the NBA, and the money is really going toward the wings, and they're going toward the 3-and-D guys, and they're going towards the spacers, and they're going towards ball handlers, where in college basketball, ball handlers, right? They're guys who can handle the ball. They're definitely getting paid a lot of money. But in college basketball, it's like wings are a dime a dozen. You can get a lot of guys who have some size, who can shoot the three, and you can teach them how to play defense in a system. You can't get a lot of size, it seems like, or at least a lot of premium size in college basketball without paying a premium price. So I'm very interested in kind of looking at the contrast between how the NBA market flows and how the college basketball market flows, because we're going to talk about this today. I mean, it's never been more important to have a good budget in college basketball, but never been more important to have a good GM who knows how to build a team and, how are you going to build your model? And there's been some great athletic articles written about how, different teams have different salary caps or different budgets that they can use on their roster and whatnot. So we'll talk to Jon Walker about that. We'll also talk to him about Oswin Arunse and the feature that he wrote on him today. Additionally, we will talk about Penn State basketball. Why would we talk about Penn State basketball? Well,
you stole the words right out of my mouth.
Pat Kraft, great friend of Matt Rule,
is the
athletic director of Penn State, and he said some very interesting things about his team's current basketball budget. I listened to a Penn State podcast today.
You told me this, and I called you a sicko while also thanking you for your dedication to the craft.
They are pretty upset over, well, let me say this. There are people who really like Penn State basketball who are very upset with some of the things that Pat Kraft said. But if we're being honest, what is the cash cow over at Penn State? It ain't basketball, Josh Odson. It is football, and football is getting all of that money. They're getting a lot of that rev share money. And frankly, there is an opinion there from people on the beat at Penn State that Penn State doesn't give basketball not because they don't have the money. They don't give the money to basketball because they don't really want to, right? And so there's there's a part of me that's like, all right, that sucks if you're a Penn State basketball fan, and that sucks if you're Mike Rhodes. And the pod I was listening to was the Locked On Penn State podcast. They were talking about how there are rumors that, Mike Rhodes is even putting some of his own money into the basketball team in order to, keep their NIL budget, or at least get it to being somewhat competitive. And it's just very interesting to me where there's a part of me that sympathizes with the people who care about Penn State basketball and the people and the fans who have to be told by their athletic director, hey, this is what you're going to get, and you're not going to be upset about it. And then there's the part of me that's like, yeah, but who really cares about Penn State basketball? Like, who really gives a damn? And honestly, it's just the reality you live in when you have a entity that a lot of people care about in college football, and in Penn State football in particular. They're going to get all the dimes, cents, quarters, and dollars. And so it's this kind of, and you haven't really seen an athletic director just come out and say, we ain't giving more money to this thing. Like we're where our money's going.
Everybody's very political.
And there's a, I kind of give Pat Kraft a little credit, if I'm being honest with you, with just kind of putting down the hammer and being like, this is the situation. They're getting that mark. That's what they're getting. They got to figure out how to win with it. And that's kind of the era and time that we're in college sports, where it just seems like it's an arms race right now to just get as much money as possible. And I think yesterday, with Ohio State and Notre Dame both getting jersey patches, Ohio State, their number was coming in around 17 million. Notre Dame coming in around 20 million for their jersey patch. You just got to get as much money as possible, and you just have to, increase your finances and find different streams of revenue, and then allocate those assets to where you replenish that, right? And for Penn State, it just seems like, and I think it seems like it all to the outside, that football is going to do that way more than their basketball team. Speaking about revenues and additional streams and creative ways to make more money for an athletic department, there was an announcement yesterday from the Nebraska athletic department about basketball reseating. Yes, the thing that we talked about. When did that happen? When did that announcement come out about basketball reseating? Like a month ago, month and a half ago? It just seems like the summer, by the way, is flying by, and I'm not a big fan of it. Everyone was up in arms about it. Everybody was very upset about it. Myself included, went on tirades and rants about how this just doesn't seem fair, that Nebraska basketball finally has that season that everybody is waiting for, and then in what is going to be the most anticipated Nebraska basketball season maybe ever next year, or this season rather, they decide, hey, at the end of this season, you're going to reseat, and you're going to have to think, hey, is this the last time I'm going to be able to watch Nebraska basketball in this specific seat at Pinnacle Bank Arena? Some people might be thinking, is this the last time I'm going to have Nebraska season tickets for the season? A lot of people were very upset about it, and a lot of people called it unfair, and I'm definitely was one of those people who did not agree with that decision. They have decided we're going to push that back. It's going to happen now in 2029 is when the basketball reseeding is going to take place. They gave out a reason as to why they are doing it, and I am in no position to not believe that reason is true, that's part of the reason that they're deciding, and it has to do with it has to do with the football, the Big Red rebuild, and the overlap of the football reseed and all that type of stuff. I'm in no position to say that isn't part of the reason as to why they're pushing back the basketball reseed. I also will go ahead though and say that I do think that you can read in between the lines and do some research and read some things and figure out that there's also some other reasons too as to why they might be doing this. And I think it stems from volleyball and the process that went on through volleyball reseeding. And the nice thing is that it's not pure speculation, because there's some great articles out there with quotes from the man who is controlling this whole thing, who is directing the entire reseeding and ticket allocation and season tickets. His name is Tyler Kai. So he's got some quotes out there. Justin Frommer of the Omaha World Herald wrote a volleyball reseeding article. So we'll talk about that. Did it influence Nebraska basketball's decision to push back the reseating process? Did what happened through volleyball, did that influence, did those experience influence their reasoning to say, hey, we're not going to do it at the end of this season. We're going to do it in a couple years down the line. We will talk about that today. We will also talk about Big Ten Media Days.
It's happening. People forget.
Josh and I have agreed that we have a bounty out there. We will pay an exorbitant amount of money to any Big Ten football coach who says something wacky, wild, and interesting that we can talk about today. So
get that media cycle going.
Yes.
Just churn.
So
churn.
here are our candidates today to say something wildly wacky and interesting. Pat Fitzgerald. Could happen.
Yeah.
Could happen.
There are some things people would like to question him on.
Could happen. Okay. Patty Fitz, he's a fired up Chicagoan. All right. The guy's got he's got Irish blood. All right. He's got a little fire under there. I know that. He could maybe get asked a Northwestern question or something of the sorts that sets him off. Then PJ Fleck, Ryan Day, Dan Lanning, Barry Odom, and Bob Chesney also all speak today. I think
there's a lot of candidates.
We have a lot of great candidates. Fleck could say some just wacky crap, okay? Day and Lanning definitely have the pedestal to stand on to say some SEC stuff. You know, they could just be like, we're better, we're great, we're this, we're that. They could definitely make
bit
some
of a
headlines.
measuring contest going on today in Chicago.
You think? And then on top of that, I think Barry Odom and Bob Chesney are probably going to be pretty mundane and fairly boring. I think Chesney might,
but he's new,
he's
right?
New.
So
he
doesn't
might
know
say
what to say, what not to
different.
say.
He might say something different. So we'll see. But we have some good candidates today to say something that is going to get aggregated all over the media world. That way we can talk about it here on.
And if
Middays with
if
Matt.
they do say something, y'all have to tell us what they say.
Yes,
because we're at the ballpark.
Yes, we will. And then
I got the Twitter, but you know.
And then we'll find their Venmo. Correct? We'll find their Venmo.
Yeah.
And then what? Like $25,000?
No.
Chuck E. Cheese tickets. I don't know. Let's probably send them $25.
It just closed. I'm left with all these Chuck E. Cheese tickets.
Wait,
here
the
locally.
Chuck E. Cheese in Omaha closed?
Yeah, that's right.
The one on Dodge?
Uh-huh.
It closed.
It closed permanently.
Is that the only Chuck E. Cheese around?
Yes, there's a sign on their front door that says, I'm sorry, we've closed permanently. Please visit our nearest location in West Des Moines.
You know what? Here's the thing. That might be like when I'm talking to a young whippersnapper, let's say the roles are reversed and I'm the 40-year-old and I'm,
it will happen to you someday.
And I'm working with the 20-year-old. I can't wait to say, you ever been to a Chuck E. Cheese? They'd be like, what's that? I'm like, oh my God, you don't know what a Chuck E. Cheese is? Back in my day, young man,
this will happen.
There was a rat named Charles E. Cheese.
The E stood for entertainment.
Yes, that was his name. And it was just it was basically like a little kid casino. And you'd buy tokens and you'd play all these games and you'd get tickets and you get enough tickets to get an eraser, or maybe to get like one of those skateboards that you can use on your fingers.
Those are back, by the way.
Skate. Dude, I had some kids in college. I was hanging out with dudes in college and like we were at the bar and they were just breaking out their little like finger skateboards.
Wow.
I was like, this is like fidget spinners plus, this is like the new thing.
Yeah.
By the way, what happened to fidget spinners? Are we just out on that too?
I
know the poppy things are in. I know everybody's got those little
my
plastic
kid has a bunch of
things
those
that they're just popping, which you think being on TikTok is, you think that is a waste of time. At least I'm getting some entertainment. By the way, did you see HBO is doing a thing where you can watch their TV shows like in clips, like they've made HBO's making their own TikTok for their TV shows.
Hey, stop watching The Sopranos on Jim's TikTok page. Watch it here.
Yeah, like you don't have to have Subway Surfer under the clip of Suits anymore. You can just watch the full, 1080p fit right in your screen clip of Suits.
I guess. If they're doing it without you, you might as well get some money from doing it.
Can I be real with you?
Please.
And this might be the pot calling the kettle black here.
Okay.
That's the end of society there. If we have to now start, like Netflix has to now start formatting their shows in TikTok fashion. I know I'm a part of the problem. And I need to look myself in the mirror and say, you know what? I have to now get into long form media.
You're an adult. Watch TV.
Thank you. Thank you. By the way, there was a guy who's doing a bit on Instagram who was like, I like the Odyssey, but could he use some Subway Surfer under it? Could he use some AI voice in the background explaining the plot to me while I'm watching the movie?
Oh no.
By the way, there's an incredible amount of people who now are on Twitter who are asking questions about the Odyssey as if the movie didn't clearly explain everything that went. Like people are like, why was he listening to the siren sounds? He knew he wasn't going to die. He knew it was plot protected. He knew he was going to get to where he needed to get to.
If only there was some type of like tome or place I could go to read the character's motivations.
You mean source material? You wish there was some source material that we could go to figure out what the author might have been thinking when he wrote these things? It's very, very...
Kyle, turn the TikTok camera on when I say this. Teachers are our most valuable resource, and we're turning the other way on them. We need teachers more than ever.
J-Man goes, Matt is good enough, smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like him.
They do.
Let's go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone text line. 402-951-1620 is the number to reach out to us. Also, do not forget to go to the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable Bank. They take banking personally. They always pick up on the first ring. And we want to also remind you to go to the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed at Matt McMedia, at Producer Josh. Today, for whatever reason, has been login day for me. I have to.
Yeah, you got off the station Wi-Fi, and now you're on a new Wi-Fi,
I've had to log
into
everything today, which is so annoying.
Good thing you got here early.
John goes, Charles gave the company an imaging problem, and then there was that viral video of the Chuck E. Cheese mascot getting arrested. Do you remember when that happened?
That's right.
They had to go to the Chuck E. Cheese and arrest Charles E. Cheese.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough. John goes, it is July 29th. You're broadcasting from a baseball stadium. Why in the absolute hell are we talking about basketball? Because why wouldn't you be talking about basketball on a time like this?
Not just basketball.
Penn State basketball. Hey, there's some, Pat Kraft. He knows Matt Rule. He might be the reason why Matt Rule got an extension.
Might?
I'm not fully speculating, okay? I'm a
collusion.
No, don't put it on the radio, Josh. It's just, his best friend happened to have an opening job at the same time, and they apparently were, talking at some point.
Hey,
so that
kind
of triggered, Troy Dannon to potentially make the biggest mistake of his athletic directing career.
Ooh.
Potentially. Think Troy Dannon has done a fairly good job, I would say, as being the athletic director of Nebraska.
I'm okay with him
I'm okay with him. I'm fine with him. He's made some good decisions. He's made some tough decisions. He's kept Nebraska competitive and, a lot of different sports, and has had to maneuver things around in the very changing times of college athletics. He's also made some interesting decisions, and maybe hasn't packaged some of those decisions the way that you would like, and those processes maybe didn't occur the way that you would want them to. I'm more so referring to the volleyball reseating. We'll talk about that later.
Is his best decision as AD not firing Fred Hoiberg?
No, that was Trev's.
Yeah.
That was Trev's decision to not fire Fred. Let's be real. Trev got, I don't know how close Trev got, but it definitely passed through Trev's head. Do I have to get rid of this guy? And then Tomonagamania happened, and he gave him another year, and then they made the tournament. And then I don't know,
yeah, you're right.
I don't think not last season, but the season before that, where they lost 5 games in a row. They lost to Iowa. They didn't make the Big Ten tournament, or the Big Ten tournament, which means they didn't make the NCAA tournament. They made the crown. They won the crown. People forget. I don't think it ever passed through Troy Dannon's mind to fire him. We do have to be reminded, though, that at the beginning of this season, there were articles written could Fred Hoiberg be on the hot seat? If this season goes sideways for Nebraska basketball and he goes 7 years and makes one NCAA tournament, is that the end for him?
What is his best decision then?
What's his best decision as athletic director? I don't know if there's an individual best decision that he's made. I do think that there are a lot of tough decisions that he's had to make. I mean, I guess at this point, getting the stadium project through the board and getting it approved, and
there's also something to be said for not making the wrong decision. Times.
Well, okay. I think that you look at the surrounding environment of college athletics, and you see a lot of colleges in disarray and unable to fund teams and unable to continue some sports and having to cut sports and having to make some very difficult decisions that affect the entirety of the department. And Nebraska has been able not to get to that point. They haven't, they're
not where they want to be, but they're not in a bad
they're
spot.
They're not in a bad spot either. And once again, I think there's just a lot to be said about, and I've said this before, there are Congress people who go, I don't want to be the president of the United States. That sounds like a terrible job, right? I'm a senator, but I don't want to be the president, right? I love college sports. I love Nebraska. Okay. I love all that stuff. I would not want to be the athletic director of Nebraska. I wouldn't want to be an athletic director in college sports. And so the fact that he's been able to steer Nebraska through this time, and they haven't been in dire straits necessarily from a financial perspective. Granted, they're doing a lot of things to stay out of it. I mean, they're making a lot of money decisions, and that's part of where the basketball reseating comes from, the volleyball reseating comes from, the football reseating comes from. But look, Nebraska had their best Directors' Cup finish since 2000 this year. You had
might not mean much to you listening at home, but I mean it means a lot to ADs.
I mean, how many different teams finished in the top 10 or had playoff runs or had phenomenal regular seasons? And I think there is something to be said in terms of Nebraska basketball had a great season, right? And they had two players that they were on sweetheart deals with Bryce Sanford and Braden Frager. Okay. And lesser basketball programs, lesser athletic departments, lesser universities who aren't led by the right people, they lose guys like Braden Frager. They lose guys like Bryce Sanford to teams that are willing to pay them. To Troy Dannon's credit, they passed the hat around and they made sure that they could keep those guys. And then they gave, Nebraska basketball good enough budget to go out and get other guys that are effective. Now, Nebraska's basketball's budget, is it as high as, Louisville or Kentucky's or Michigan's or the top teams in the Big Ten or the ACC or the SEC or the Big 12? No, but it's hard to support a lot of different sports financially.
It is
in this day and age of college athletics, and Nebraska is one of the teams that are supporting a lot of them. They're financially supporting volleyball very heavily. They're financially supporting softball very heavily. They're financially supporting football to the best of their ability. I don't think that is any easy task for an athletic director, and they've had overall success. The problem is that just football hasn't really kept up their end of the bargain, so we don't look at it fully as maybe through rose-tinted glasses, because of that. But that's the one thing though about Troy Dannon's time so far as the athletic director. You can maybe take a little bit of time to think of what is his best decision, and maybe his best decisions are a bunch of small decisions that have led Nebraska. I can tell you his worst decision. I can tell you, so I can for sure tell you what his worst decision was.
What's that, man?
Extending the coach and giving him 2 years, after it was a 6-2 start at the time, but he gave him a 2-year extension only for him to finish 7-6. And now I personally don't think it'll happen. But you are staring the possibility down the barrel of having a lame duck coach for a season or two because the buyout is now so high because of those added years and added money. That's not a great decision. That's not a great decision. And once again, I'm pretty cool on the guy. Pretty cool on Troy. Think he's pretty good. That was bad. That was not good. It was not a good extension. So, all righty, that was some Troy Dannon talk to end this little breakdown. We'll talk about more things. Somebody got suspended from the NCAA. Somebody's not going to play football for 2 games this season because they did something and the NCAA put the hammer down.
Finally. I'm
Yeah.
sure it was a penalty worth punishing.
No, it was not. Jon Walker of the
Oh.
Omaha World Herald joins us next year on Middays with Matt.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Middays with Matt here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. We are joined by Jon Walker of the Omaha World Herald. J-Dub, how are you? John? Do we have John potted up here?
Getting word from Jake in the studio.
Okay, we'll work on getting Jon Walker up here and moving in a second. We'll talk to John about Oswin Arunse, the Creighton big man who transferred from Providence. He wrote a feature on him today on Omaha.com. But real quick, we said we were going to talk about Pat Kraft. You remember Pat Kraft?
Matt Rule's friend.
Matt Rule's friend, who's also, more importantly, the athletic director of Penn State. He had some very interesting comments on Penn State's basketball team that we'll ask Jon Walker about once we get him up here and potted up. Here's what Pat Kraft had to say about his basketball team. Kraft says, well, the funny thing is that no one knows where anyone stands. He's referring to Big Ten teams and spending. So let me say that. We don't, believe it or not, know. We don't throw around numbers like, hey, what are you spending? What are you spending? What are you spending? First of all, that would be a recruiting disadvantage. All right? He goes, all right. Are we in the top? No, we're not spending $20 million on a basketball roster. And I got to be honest, I don't know if there will ever be a point where we would spend $20 million on a basketball roster. Pat Kraft continued and said, quote, I'm not an ATM machine. I can't just hand cash over, right? You got to have it supported by philanthropic endeavors and corporate sponsorships. He also went ahead and said that, plain and simple, giving $20 million to Nebraska to Penn State basketball. He said, and I got to be honest, I don't know if there will ever be a point we would spend $20 million on a basketball roster. It's not a good investment. Let's just call it what it is. And so we will bring on Jon Walker of the Omaha World Herald. J-Dub, we got you?
You got me. You got me.
Beautiful, beautiful. Jon Walker of the OWH. Real quick, did you have you seen any of the things that Pat Kraft has been saying about his basketball roster? Did you see this? Did you hear about this at all?
I have. I saw some of the stuff. I mean, he's exactly right. It's like, yeah, if you're putting, I really kind of can't believe that. What did he say? 14 million? Or am I tripping?
He said he was talking about 20 million. That Penn State will never have a $20 million, which, by the way, they never will. That's not a crazy statement at all.
No. So I'm just like, I'm like, yeah, it's not. It's not like the talk of the town. Like, we're not fools to think that in any world, Penn State basketball will trump Penn State football. But
God no.
Like you're in the Big Ten. They're investing. I don't know. I'm not privy to what the numbers are up that way, but they're investing in that program, and nobody invests to lose money. So, like, they want to see a return on that investment. He's exactly right in saying that.
Yeah, and it was I think it was just kind of very interesting for him to just plainly say, look, even if we gave our basketball team all the things that our basketball coach would want, it wouldn't be a good investment, plain and simple, and I think that's it says a lot that an athletic director is just kind of willing to go out, to the media and just say, hey, what's a good investment and what's not a good investment. And, he had a lot of other quotes and basically said that, look, he, in his belief that Penn State basketball is getting enough money, Mike Rhodes is getting enough money to be competitive. He also did kind of mention he's got other mouths to feed with his hockey program and lacrosse program and soccer program and so on and so forth. I mean, just my question to you, I know you're a Big East man and not so much a Big Ten man, but what do you think the future is for a program like Penn State where they're not going to spend near the top of the Big Ten and they'll probably be more toward the bottom? And what is the expectations for more teams across the country like that who are just not going to be able to compete with some of these dollar figures that the top dogs are willing to spend on their roster? What are the expectations for teams like that, in your opinion?
Well, the expectation is to still win, but you have to get there differently. Look at Iowa. Look at Nebraska before the upcoming season. Like, I think we all saw the graphic last year before they faced off in the Sweet 16, in the Elite Eight. I can't remember. In the Sweet 16
of
right?
what of what two teams what they were spending on rosters?
Yeah, and it was like a combined $10 million, if I remember correctly. It was like somewhere right in there. It's like you have, but it works, and so you just have to get there differently. Like Iowa and Nebraska were on the exact same stage as Duke and UConn, and so it's like, okay, clearly they can get there. All NCAA tournament runs are not created equal, as we know, but who cares how you get there if you get to the Sweet 16, if you get to the Elite Eight, by God, if you get to the Final Four. And so, like you just have to get there differently is the trick. And so it's like, all right, we have to worry about fit. That's kind of what Iowa did. That's, speaking from experience, that's what Ben McCollum did. It's not like he had a bunch of resources at the Division II level in a football town, pre-NIL, and they still won national championships. And that's just an example. But you just have to get there differently. The expectations, while probably not as high as they would be if you were seriously investing in the program, the expectation still has to be the same. Because if you're not trying to get to the NCAA tournament in an expanded field, why would your fans buy tickets? And if that's not your goal internally as a program, why are you fielding a team? So, I don't think the expectation changes really.
Wow. Yeah, I think it's wildly interesting to me, John, because like back in the day, teams would say, oh, like, this athletic department doesn't, they don't care whether or not, basketball wins or this sport wins, right? But when before NIL, that wasn't really like a dollar number thing, right? That was more like, how are your facilities, right? And how was your locker room? And like, how was the tone around your team in terms of, are people willing to do things for you and invest in different ways? I find it wildly interesting now that you still have those factors when it comes to whether or not athletic departments care about certain teams. But then you also just add in, hey, we're going to tell you blankly with a check how much we care, and how much we're invested, in you from now a roster standpoint. And I think that reality, it's going to hit some coaches a different way. And I think, even though look, Pat Kraft's right. I mean, he's right to not fully invest in Penn State basketball because they don't bring in as much revenue as maybe some other sports, right? Or they don't bring in as much revenue as football. And, their wrestling program is incredible, right? He's right to do that. It's just it's just fascinating to see, it just happened plain as day, right? And happened right in front of you. So it's a very interesting development, and it's something I find fascinating. Also, what I find fascinating is your article on Oswin Arunse, the transfer from Providence to Creighton, going to be a big deal for the Blue Jays this season. What did you learn about Oswin and the process, and just kind of what are some things that you picked up on when you wrote this feature on Omaha.com?
Yeah, he's a lot more soft-spoken than you think someone 6'10" and 240-ish pounds would be. I was talking to somebody at Creighton practice after we talked, like the day we talked to him shortly after we spoke with Oswin, and they were like, he kind of has a little bit of Dikembe Mutombo in his voice. And I was like, yeah, just a little bit. And so, I don't know, that was the first time we've had him in that setting. And so it's just nice to meet the dudes as much as it is the players that they are.
Yeah.
And, I think we certainly got an insight into Oswin Arunse. And it's like, we know how important he is to Creighton's success this year. Like, the Jays did not have a legitimate post presence. Oswin is one of the guys who took full advantage of that twice last year.
Yeah.
And he was the guy picked to reinforce the Jays' rim protection. And that's what he's here to do. We know that. But it was nice getting an insight into Oswin because I think that's kind of what we got through some of his answers. Like, he wants a lot for himself. And he knows after his first 2 years of college how he can get that, both for himself personally and how he can help the team in that regard. And those are things that you don't think about as an 18-year-old freshman that you do after 2 seasons in the Big East, that you do with the change of scenery, that you do through some of the trials and tribulations that he went through, that team went through in the past 2 seasons at Providence. So, yeah, we like he said, he wants to be a Big East legend. Now he knows, and this is the other thing, like I'm always a big fan of like awareness. Like usually if you're able to identify an issue, you can fix the issue, especially with all the resources around these players, around these programs. And Oswin was very, very aware that he has to work on his conditioning, as Alan Huss said, which in turn will make him a more disciplined player, because it's no secret that he is good. He's an elite shot blocker when he's on the court. But the problem the past couple of seasons, Matt, is that he could hardly stay on the court because he fouled so much.
Yeah.
Alan Huss thinks that a large part of that is because he gets tired and gets sloppy and loses verticality. And that's true. Oswin, here's where he really peeled back the curtain. I mean, people can read between the lines. He also, I asked him about that, like what he has to do to become the player he aspires to be. And he mentioned the conditioning and the discipline and the player development that he hopes to get at Creighton. And then, Matt, he said, but it's also about the right fit.
Yeah.
And I think it's clear at, again, 6'10", 240 pounds, a big in the league of bigs, had a 12% usage rate last year at Providence. And that's here nor there, because we'll see if he can handle a bigger load or what his workload is this season. But it's like he's telling us he does not believe that system was a fit for him. And the numbers would suggest that. And so then, like, now he has a fresh start. He's in a system that he believes will fit, and we'll see how it plays out. But so far, so good, it seems, for Oswin Arunse and the Jays.
Let's talk about some battles going on, because I know that they're practicing. They're in summer practices right now. You've been able to go and to some of those media availabilities, see them practice. What's the guard battle looking like? I mean, a lot of interesting options for this team this season in terms of, you know, who's going to be starting at those 1 and 2 positions. And, you know, I think the one thing about this roster is that the type of athlete that they have definitely allows for some flexibility in different types of lineups. What have you seen and what have you observed in terms of who might be taking those 1 and 2 spots? You got Swartz, you got Davis, you got Enos, amongst others. Just some of your takeaways from the shooting guards and guards on this team.
Yeah, I think Enos is the starting 2. I mean, that he was the highest rate player in Creighton's transfer portal class, top 100 guy. To put that into perspective, I think there were like over 2,500 players in the portal this year. And so if you're in the top 100, if you're in the top 250, you're in the top 10%. If you're in the top 100, you're in the top 5% of players available in the transfer portal. And Wes Enos was one of them. I think he was 79th, 80th, somewhere right in there. All of that to say, I expect him to be the starting 2. His sharpshooting ability is certainly going to help him there in Creighton's system. And he's a rugged defender. Like I wrote a story about him over the weekend about how much of a vocal leader and in a leadership presence he's been to this group. I just think he's the starting 2 guard at this point in time. And I think it will be that way. The 1 is where it gets really interesting.
Yeah.
Because what do you do? BJ Davis is, I think, assumedly the starter at the moment, largely because of his experience. Like that of course has so much to do and can help players so much in today's game. Because let's just use Catrell Harmon, for example. When he stepped out onto the court in Vegas to play Michigan, we don't know what's going to happen. I think he'll be ready for it, but at the end of the day, he's a 19-year-old. We have no clue what he's going to be like playing the defending national champions. Whereas, not on an every night basis at San Diego State, but San Diego State plays a pretty nasty non-con schedule every year. And BJ Davis has years doing that. So he's just forged by college basketball at this point. He's calloused a little bit. And just naturally, Cottrell Harmon doesn't have that. But Matt, Cottrell Harmon has looked really, really darn good this summer. And that was true last week. There's footage of it out there now. There was an alumni scrimmage. Like, there was one point that Cottrell was kind of like having his way offensively, and that didn't necessarily mean scoring every possession, but just setting people up, creating, whatever that meant. And Jemiah Neal was like, nah, I'm not having this. And Jemiah switched on to him. So, like, you know, it's summer. It was a fun little scrimmage / practice. But it's like, all right, to put it in perspective, Jemiah Neal, as we know, menacing, hard-nosed defender, was like, no, I'm putting an end to this. So, yeah, I don't know what they do at the one. I would probably lean BJ right now because of the experience. This is actually a question somebody asked me in a mailbag that I'm writing as soon as I hop off of here. And they were like, who's your starting five at the beginning of the year? Do you think it'll be the same at the end of the year? I have my starting five. I don't think maybe I'm just caught up in how much the rotation was a revolving door last season, and the circumstances definitely played a part in that. But with all we know about about college basketball season, I don't think the starting five at the end of the year will be like, the odds are that the starting five at the end of the year is not the same as it was at the beginning of the year for one reason or another. And I think a large part of that could have to do with who is Creighton's point guard. Is it BJ Davis? Is it Cottrell Harmon? Does Austin Swartz get run there? Who knows?
Okay, is your starting five? If I guess it, will you tell me it?
Ooh.
I mean, it's pretty easy, to be honest.
Yeah. So is it
outside of point guard?
Is it Davis, Enos, Green, McAndrew, or Runce?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's simple.
It is pretty easy.
Yeah.
It is pretty easy. And then what?
And then,
who's first off the bench? Harmon?
Then you have
Harmon
you
off.
have Austin. You have Austin Swartz, Harmon, and Greer off the bench. Oh my goodness! My goodness!
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, but then wait. So where does Rosa, or is it Carter Givens, or who's the backup center?
Well, I think Jason Green's going to play a little bit 5 too. Nowhere near as much as he did last year, but I think he'll play a little bit of the 5, and that's where having kind of two stronger forwards on the wings with Hudson and with Jackson would allow Jason Green to play limited minutes at the 5. And all that to say, this is another question I'm answering in the mailbag, so I won't dive too deep into this one. Somebody asked me how the center position is developing. And Wesley Rosa and Trayvon Carter-Givens, while still raw, I repeat, have made strides over the summer. So I'm curious to see which one of them can try and fill the void in Oswin Arunte's minutes, the Jason Green minutes that he'll play. You'll have a void somewhere in there. Let's say it's 6 to 8 minutes a game. Who gets those? That's the question that we still need answered. The good news is, as raw as they are, Creighton's got a couple of months to get these guys up to speed. And in Wesley Rosa's case, boy, you cannot teach being 7'2" with a freakishly long wingspan. So we'll see.
Yeah. Do you think they could do 3 guard lineups?
Yeah, I do.
Could you go Davis, Enos, Harmon? Yeah.
Yeah, you absolutely could. I think about two years ago, Fedor's first year, Creighton's roster construction was not conducive to a guard matchup. And even with having Steven and at the time Pop and then eventually Jemiah, because they didn't have a third guard. No. And they had Jason Green, so it allowed them to just stick him on whichever was the other team's best perimeter player, or Jemiah, whichever one. But I remember Fedor got hurt in a Xavier matchup. I think it was in Omaha. And Creighton like struggled with it because they couldn't go guard for guard. They couldn't run the 4-guard lineup, and I don't even remember who was at the 5, whoever the stretch 5 was for Xavier. I can't even remember. And it just took Creighton because it pulled Ryan Kalkbrenner away from the rim, and then the guard it was just 4 guards on 2.5 guards, you know.
Yeah.
And so I think they could go guard heavy lineups. Like we saw that from Allen Huss at High Point. And I definitely think they have the capacity to do it this year with all the guards they brought in and of course returning a couple as well.
Yeah. Size is it's just a little worrisome because Harmon's 6'3" and Enos is 6'2", but I mean
I think Harmon's like 6'5". Am I tripping?
That's what 24. I looked it up. 24/7 has him as 6'3", but you've seen him. I haven't seen him in person. Look this back up.
I couldn't even tell you, to be honest. I have a piece of paper with the
6'3", 188 is what he's listed on 24/7.
Okay.
Could be different. Regardless, though, it'd be interesting. Yeah. It'd be interesting if they went through. I mean, they definitely have the skill. They have the skill to do it. Yeah, they have the skill to do it. And hey, look at that. I was talking about 3-guard lineups in July, baby. Give a clap for us. Give a clap for us. We're awesome.
Tom the other night to write this Aswan Arunse story, and I was like, "Oh my God, what am I doing, man? What am I doing?" But it made me feel like it was mid-November and that we were in college basketball season. So bring it on, man.
That's awesome. I logged into PFF for the first time yesterday. I was all up in there. I loved it, Jon Walker. I love having you on the show every Wednesday at 11 o'clock. We'll let you go. We'll talk to you next week, my friend. Thank you so much, as always. Go and read his stuff, omaha.com, Omaha World Herald, Jon Walker, new feature on Aswan Arunse released today. Go and get your reading done. J-Dub, see you soon, my friend.
See y'all.
Let's have some NFL training camp updates and then odd news coming up next year on the 16th. One of the Zone Radio Network.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
All right, Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Well, first off, actually, I did this in the wrong order. Let's first go to the Prairie Flower Casino Zone text line, where John goes.
Hi, John.
It's July 29th, and you are broadcasting from a baseball stadium. Why in the absolute hell are we talking about basketball?
Great question, John.
He then, stop it. We had Jon Walker on, the Omaha World Herald.
He's very good.
All right, that's why.
He wrote a thing.
All right, because it eats the intestines. That's why. That was a Sebastian Maniscalco quote there.
Okay.
Anyway, then he texted again, disgusting, okay? He said disgusting. So let's go to the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed where Jon Rothstein has tweeted out that Nebraska has released their non-conference basketball schedule.
Has he said when he's coming to buy everyone beers?
You know what? What a fraud. Seriously. Like, that was a big deal for him. He, marketed that on social media. He got all the clicks
all
and
the
Twitter
retweets and the clicks
from Nebraska, which can I say this? I'm getting sick and tired of some people, using Nebraska Twitter as a way. Like, they're not in the circle. They're not in the Nebraska circle, right? They're on the outside circle. And I don't like it when people on the outside circle come in and just do triggering things so they can get the Nebraska fan.
We know what you're doing.
We all know what we're doing. There are media members who do that. There are fans of different fan bases who do that. There are some recruits who might do that from time and time again. It's annoying. It's annoying. And you're not welcome. And Jon Rothstein, frankly, dead to us.
Boom.
Jon Rothstein, dead to us until, let's put an asterisk, until he buys happy hour in Lincoln.
Okay.
Once he buys happy hour in Lincoln, he's off the dead to us list. But now, Jon Rothstein officially on the dead to us list. Team clap for the dead to us list. Great job. Here's the official schedule for Nebraska for their non-con. October 9th, St. Louis exhibition, BYU exhibition on October 16th. On October 26th, another exhibition against Kansas State.
That's
the regular season begins against Lemoyne at home on November 2nd. Then they go on the road to the Mohegan Sun on November 7th to play Providence. Lindenwood at home November 11th. Back on the road in Sioux Falls to play Boise State on November 15th. November 18th at home for South Dakota. On the road in Chicago, Illinois to take on Butler on November 22nd. They play Southern November 25th. At Pinnacle Bank Arena, then on the road here in Omaha against Creighton on December 5th, on the road in Kansas City versus Missouri. When I say on the road, I mean they have to travel out there. Some of these are obviously neutral site games. Missouri, December 12th. Then December 17th, they play Mount St. Mary's. December 20th, FDU. And December 30th, they end their non-con slate at home against New Haven. Their non-con Pinnacle Bank Arena schedule are the following teams: Lemoyne, Lindenwood, South Dakota, Southern, Mount St. Mary's, FDU, and New Haven.
That'll put butts in the seats.
We won't get a Nebraska versus a Power 5 opponent in regular season play at Pinnacle Bank Arena until 2027.
Tired. Why won't Big Ten football teams play Power 4 schools? Wired. Why won't Big Ten basketball schools play home games against Power 4 schools?
Some people still know how business gets done. Yeah, so that's that. If you want to see Nebraska play a Power Conference opponent or just, an opponent that you've actually heard of before, not like Lemoyne or Mount St. Mary's.
Creighton is playing Lemoyne too. Lemoyne is going to get a ton of run on Omaha Sports Radio
that happened,
week.
That happened with the Maryland Eastern Shore last year, where they came out to Lincoln and they played Nebraska, and they go, hey, we're in the state. There's a couple other basketball teams here we could play. While we're at them, let's just go and play Creighton.
They got a check for us over there. Let's drive on down.
They got plenty of checks. You think that Penn State basketball needs checks? What about the Maryland Eastern Shores of the world? We have to be thinking about them. So, yeah, if you want to see Nebraska play a notable opponent, you're going to have to go to places such as Connecticut, such as Missouri, such as South Dakota, such as Chicago. I believe that'll be at the Wintrust Arena. Quite the nice arena, which, by the way, have you seen more and more of the new Northwestern stadium tours and people inside the stadium.
I have seen this. People are freaking out.
What are they freaking out about?
There is no place for the students to sit.
Okay.
There are no fixed seats.
First off, non-ball knowers. All right. Number one, Northwestern students have always stood during football games. Okay. The Northwestern student section, like a lot of Ryan Field, was bleachers. Okay. So that's not new. Then having to stand.
Allow me to ask some questions I asked of you earlier today that the audience is shouting at their radio.
Go ahead.
What if they're down 30 to Ohio State? They still stand, Matt?
They leave. They go to Colonel Mustard's. They go to the bars.
There's a bar called Colonel Mustard?
No, there's a hot dog stand.
There's a
Colonel Mustard's. Mustard's Last Stand is what it's called.
Oh, okay.
And then, but we call it Colonel Mustard.
Okay. See, I want to know what the kids are calling.
They just go. They leave. Like they go away. Like you just. All right, I'm done with this. That's what Nebraska football fans do. That's what Nebraska, not football fans. That's what Nebraska students do.
No.
When people got. All right. Allow me to rant here. Janisek, get the gong ready.
It's on it's on the wall. If you see it.
So, I was a student 2 years ago. I was in the student section, and I would get really teed when there would be some older fans or there would be some maybe older media members who would go, "Where have the students gone? Why aren't the students here? It doesn't matter Nebraska's losing by 40 to Oklahoma or losing by 38 to Michigan. Why aren't the students here?" You know what, geezer? It was probably easy for you to stay in the student section in 1980 and 1990 when you were steamrolling Oklahoma State and Iowa and you were beating Colorado by 50, okay? The students today, when they're up there and they're getting their asses whooped by Big Ten teams, they want to go to Barry's. They want to go to Brothers. They want to drink their sorrows away.
This does make a lot of sense.
They're so sick and tired of seeing the terrible product out of the field, all right? They were like, we never left the student section when I went to Nebraska because you were never losing. You were never losing. You were never getting your butts whooped. It's a lot. I'll tell you this right now. Do you know how many students were still in the student section when Nebraska was kicking Northwestern's ass with Jaquez Yant running all over the field? We were all still there. We were all having a great time.
We brought our flasks in to see Pacific, and we liked it that way.
Do you want to know how you keep students in the student section? Actually produce a great football product. Then we'll stay in the student section, okay? I mean, that always teed me up. Thank you, Janisek.
That's good producing. Update from Werner Park. The game will not start on time, unfortunately, as rain has hit the Papillion area. Tarp's still on the field. Shouldn't be that long, though. I looked at the forecast. Obviously, it's a day game. You're going to get it in at some point today, but not on time, unfortunately. Back to you, Matt.
I don't know how Schaefer and Happer do that regularly. I'm out of breath.
You just get there's. I understand. We should have takes that we're passionate about, but just getting yourself riled up like that, it just
takes a lot out of it.
It's easy to get up. It's hard to come down.
It's hard to come down, and now I have to have mannered takes. After that, that's kind of tough. Okay, let's take a break and let's do the odd news. And look at this. Look at the clock right there. You're going to have all the time in the world, my friend. I got all of those microphones and headsets with all the pipe bombs that you could ever dream of. Okay?
All I've wanted is this microphone and time or something like that. I don't know. I forgot all the words.
Hey, when you're down there, you want to ring the bell? Double the pay. Double the pay. Double the pay. Nobody got that reference except for the two men at Werner Park.
That one was for us.
It's always for us. We're in front of section 114. If you're a fan of 1620 The Zone and you're here at Werner Park, come say hi. We would like to say hi to you and hang out here as the tarp is still on the field. By the way, our friend Nicholas Batters, the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, that handsome devil was helping put that tarp
You
down.
think Boog's pulling tarp at Wrigley?
I'll tell you a joke I was going to make off the air.
Okay.
Let's hit a break here on 1620 The Zone.
And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Oddson.
All right, J.O. What do we got?
Braves doubleheader starts in 30, so let's knock this out real quick. Trey Taylor. You're familiar with Trey Taylor?
I
Yes?
do. I do know who Trey Taylor is. He's the Carmel quarterback, right?
Well, for a few more weeks, I guess. I don't
No,
know.
no,
I don't
he's
know.
a
I don't know when it becomes
I'm making
official.
a Chicago joke. Yes, I know who Trey Taylor is.
On Tuesday, that would be yesterday, Pete Nakos of On 3 reported that and this says Millard South signal caller, so I guess it is official.
Oh yeah, it's been
is partnering with Derby Watch Supply, becoming the first high school athlete to do so to date. He's a watchman.
Watches are back.
Yeah.
I don't know if watches ever left, but they're definitely more prominent now than I've ever seen them.
Now,
in
are these
terms
watches or timepieces?
Dude, you're asking me.
You know,
I bought my first watch. I'm still waiting on United to send me my watch. I bought my watch using Miles. And I went to the Miles gift shop. Not Tim Miles' gift shop. I went to the gift shop that you get when you get enough miles. And I bought a nice Citizens watch with miles.
Make the graphic. Tim Miles gift shop.
Yes. What would be in the
put
Tim
a few
Miles
little
gift
trinkets
shop?
in there. Beer,
That would be
obviously.
a great question for Jack Mitchell and Mike Schaefer. Good for the kid. Good for the young man. You know, he's a big deal. He's incredibly influential when it comes to just what he does on social media and who he is as a recruit and a potential, not only just really good college quarterback, but a potential draft pick as well. It's interesting to see not only the evolution of NIL in the college space, but also the high school space as well. And kudos to him for taking advantage of that. I ain't gonna make any jokes about a young man getting his bread. Go get your money, young man. And by the way, man, I see more and more watches on Instagram, TikTok. Like they're becoming a kind of a key piece of just kind of like, I don't want to say influencer culture, but it's like, more and more people dig it. More young people are wearing watches, it seems like, and he's taking advantage of that. It's good for him.
Financial details have not been released. If you go to the Derby Watch Supply website, watches are priced anywhere from $6,000 to $36,000.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Woo-hoo. Good goodness! I would just take the watch as a payment.
These might be timepieces.
I think they're timepieces.
To date, Taylor has partnered with Adidas, Overtime, Subway, Hershey, Gary Young Chevrolet. Is that a typo?
Gary Young Chevrolet.
There's a Greg Young here locally.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know my Chevrolet dealerships very well. I barely know counties of Nebraska.
In the Illinois area, is there a Gary Young Chevrolet?
No, there's Hawks Ford. Or no, there's Hawks. There's Hawks Ford. There's Joe Rizza Ford. There is
Joe Rizzo
Ford. There's, I think it's Hawks Chevrolet. It's like Hawks Chevrolet. Drive what Kane and Taze drives.
Okay.
Patrick Kane and Jonathan Taze, they drove Chevys their entire career. So no, I don't. I think there was a Ziegler Toyota as well growing up where I grew up. I don't really know the places here,
though. We move on.
By the way, Subway.
Subway. Yeah.
Dude. By the way, that was a joke with the whole buy a Subway month pass or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They should do that.
They should.
They should make that pass where you just get like free Subway if you buy like $150 pass.
Mm-hmm.
That would be smart. All right, what's our next story?
Story 2, a yoga teacher living in Vietnam put his skills to the ultimate test by performing 86 push-ups underwater with only one single breath being taken. 38-year-old who is originally from India said his training in calisthenics and breath holding prepared him for this attempt. Previously earned the Guinness World Record for most consecutive yoga positions underwater, achieving 21 different positions in 2020. We all had the time back then.
Yeah, we did. I mean, some would say that like there is a bit of a bell curve in terms of how many positions and the benefit of it. You know, but I'm such an idiot. Continue.
Yoga helped this guy. There we go.
Okay, so real quick.
Uh-huh.
I can't do 86 push-ups on land.
Nope.
I would love to make fun of this guy. You know?
Yeah, I would.
I would love to make fun of him.
I'd love to tell you how silly and stupid and pointless it is, but
how impressive is that? 86 push-ups. Now, you got to think the push-ups would be easier underwater, right? Because I don't know how
so much
science
resistance.
works. I don't know how that would work, if I'm being honest with you. Probably. How do you also stay on the ground too? And why? I feel like if I did a push-up, I'd be coming off the ground.
That's a good question as well.
I would like to see this in person and then maybe get a more formulated opinion on it. Regardless, though, guy seems like he's in great shape. Good for him.
Bet. Yeah.
I bet his cardiovascular health is phenomenal. I bet he's got great cholesterol.
Ooh. We end the odd news today in Iowa, where a woman whose driver's license has been suspended due to her conviction for driving her SUV under the influence of meth.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Has again been busted for operating a moving vehicle while impaired. This time, though, it was a lawnmower. Michelle Hudson, 36 years young, was behind the wheel of an orange Husqvarna riding lawnmower, investigators allege. She was arrested Friday after a witness contacted police to report that a woman who appeared to be intoxicated as she rode the mower in the parking lot of a Casey's in Tiffin, just outside Iowa City.
Only in Iowa.
She was a mile from her house. According to the criminal complaint, she performed poorly on a series of field sobriety tests and showed signs of impairment like slurred speech, poor balance, and bloodshot eyes. While her breath test registered under the legal limit, Hudson was believed to be on a drug, cops reported. Hudson, who refused a urine sample, was arrested.
Okay. This has got to be one of the more Iowa stories you could Iowa, right?
Casey's,
meth,
drunk
tractor,
driving,
tractor, like everything you could think of.
That's a good point.
That's Iowa. That's just the state. The only thing we're missing is also on the scene was Kirk Ferentz doing a media presser.
I'd like to show you her mugshot.
Yeah, that's probably. I could have told you she looked, that she looked crazy like that.
She looks under the influence. That's for sure.
She does look under the influence. Indeed. Good job, Josh Hodson. That was a fun odd news.
Thanks for having me, everybody.
Of course. Okay, so you're gonna leave now. And you're gonna watch the Braves games.
Braves doubleheader.
Who are they playing?
The Mets.
See the ass whooping the Cubs gave the Cardinals yesterday?
No, it was like middle of the first when I left. The Cubs were already winning.
It was on TBS. It was on your channel.
The Superstation.
TBS is your channel. That's the
very
Josh Hodson channel.
It is.
When I think of TBS, I think of you.
Wow, I'm just happy to be thought of.
You know what? I think of you all the time, Josh Hodson.
What a friend. Sun is out here.
Well, you are my boss. Yeah, so we are delayed here at Werner Park. The game was supposed to start in 13 minutes. Instead, the tarp is currently on the field.
But the rain has stopped.
We had spatterings of rain come through. Fortunately for us, we did not get wet at all. So we were totally okay, but neither did the field.
We're surrounded by friends as well.
The grounds crew did a great job of making sure the playing surface is only the best it could possibly be. A lot of people surrounding us here outside of section 114 of Werner Park. If you are coming to the Omaha Storm Chasers game today, don't forget to say hi to us. We are broadcasting live here at the ballpark. Tarp still on the field. I don't know what the ETA is in terms of first pitch, but we will try and get that for you before we come back from break. 1620 Zone, Middays with Matt, still hanging around here at Werner Park on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, don't forget to sign up for 1620 the golf tournament. 1620thezone.com. A foursome in our 1620 the zone golf tournament scramble costs $400, $100 per players, which include 18 holes, food, drinks, VIP access to our after party at the Phoenix. Happer and Schaefer will be there in the morning broadcaster. Josh and I will be there broadcasting from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. doing Middays with Matt from the course. And then on Sportsmanlike Conduct, we'll be at the Phoenix doing their show from 2 to 6 p.m. It's going to be an absolute blast. It's brought to you by Cutwater and T-Box. And don't forget, on the par threes, bring your A game. Go ahead. You make a hole-in-one. Lingfeld overhead door is going to give you $10,000. So it's going to be an incredible time. August 21st. That is a Friday. August 21st. It is a Friday. Go and sign up now at 1620thezone.com. Basically, all of the NFL teams are in training camp. Would you like a training camp update, Josh?
I've been dying for one.
Holdouts are done. I feel like we're done doing holdouts, all right? People have kind of realized it's expensive. You get fined a lot. You lose a ton of money. You know, it strains a relationship between you, your agent, the front office. We've seen some holdouts, right? Guys hold out, then they come back late, then they get hurt in the middle of the year. It just doesn't – this seems like the last couple of years it hasn't really worked out. I think we only had like 3 holdouts last year, which were Trey Hendrickson, Terry McLaurin, and Micah Parsons. 2 of those guys signed deals. Micah Parsons got traded to the Packers. Trey Hendrickson now on a different team. He's on the Baltimore Ravens, which, by the way, last year, Baltimore 29th and 30th in pressure rate and sack rate in last year's defense, hoping to shore that up for a team that wants to make a run to the Super Bowl. But holdouts are done. Hold-ins, though,
that's the new thing.
That's the new thing, where you're like, I ain't practicing, but I'm here. Hi, what's up? And it seems like it's a more effective way to bridge the gap between the deal you're being given and the deal you want. And so currently right now, for all of you fantasy football players out there, this is pretty important. Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs holding in right now for long-term extensions. That's the thing about an extension. You want to hold the extension. Anybody can take an extension. You want to hold the extension. So they're trying to
go to film, go to watch.
They're in the facilities.
People, yeah.
They're hanging out. They're lifting. They're working. They're just not doing team activities right now. 2 players that are not doing team activities in Atlanta are Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix. They both
been cut.
They have not been cut.
Well, maybe they should be.
According to a CBS article, both Tagovailoa and Penix currently not in team activities right now. Penix obviously still recovering from an ACL injury. Tagovailoa suffered an injury, but according to new head coach Kevin Stefanski, Mike Schaefer's guy, he is working his way back. He should be back sooner rather than later. But in lieu of Atlanta not having any serviceable quarterbacks, and they barely do when Penix and Tagovailoa are even healthy, they have signed Cooper Rush because somebody needs to throw the football to Kyle Pitts and Drake London, and I was going to say Bijan Robinson, but he's holding out as well. Quite the mess so far in Atlanta.
Yikes.
As they might finish. I don't know how Atlanta's going to look in the South this year. Do you know what more and more people are talking about?
The NFC South.
The New Orleans Saints.
Did you start a trend?
I think my
was that
doubt,
yesterday?
I don't know.
Time is a flat circle.
More and more
everybody.
people are talking. I didn't see it. I didn't see it back in March. Now it's kind of coming together. Josh, I watched some Tyler Shuck tape yesterday.
God, you're disgusting.
I
it's great for the job. Don't get me wrong, but
went back. He had a really good end of the year. Kid's tough.
You thought of like hobbies?
Football. No, I don't have hobbies. This is my life.
I know. I mean,
they're gonna have a good offensive line. Did you know that? Travis Etienne.
No, I didn't.
Travis Etienne actually had a really good run, really good season last year. Kind of resurrected his career in a way. They were trying to push him out. So remember, they had Tank Bigsby. Like he was that, fantasy football handcuff everybody liked. Then they took Bashal Tutin out of Virginia Tech. This seemed like they were trying to shove Etienne out, but he was like, no, I'm pretty good at this running back thing. And now New Orleans has picked him up, and he's kind of primed to have a very effective year.
Tote the rock.
Low key. Tyler Shuck throwing the football.
What'd you
oysters.
see when you watched this Tyler Shuck film?
He's got a really good arm. He had a very efficient last couple games of the season, and he's just a tough player. He gets hit, he gets rocked, gets right back up. Smart.
Is he a bridge or is he a dude?
He might be a dude.
Okay,
might be a dude. He might be. He might be a dude.
Sure, I'm not going to hold you to
I'm
that.
not fully like I'm not in holding Tyler Shuck territory, but I'm taking Tyler Shuck. I'm taking Tyler Shuck. You got to take the Shuck, okay, before you hold the Shuck.
We shuck corn around here. We know what's up.
Other injury updates. We talked about Nick Skirden, very promising linebacker for the Carolina Panthers. He was carted off the field. Probably, we'll see if he ends up playing this season, but suffered a severe injury. Another injury today coming out of Carolina Panthers training camp. Chris Brazel, I believe is how you say his last name, Tennessee wide receiver last season. He was carted off the field today from Carolina Panther training camp. And then Shamar Stewart, the edge rusher, who before he even took step onto an NFL field was holding out as a rookie last season for his rookie contract. And I don't know, it just the minute that he got drafted, it seems like it's just he's kind of rubbed Cincinnati Bengals fans the wrong way. Well, he was carted off the field today with an apparent leg injury. I saw the image of his leg injury. It does not look very good for Mr. Stewart. So one of those things.
Do you like watching videos of?
No, I'm not like that.
Okay.
Like, God, my memory is blanking here. Who was that Louisville player who suffered that terrible
Kevin
injury?
Ware?
Kevin Ware. I have never watched the Kevin Ware video.
Don't watch that one. That's not the one to start with.
I've never watched the Kevin Ware video. I never will. The only disgusting leg videos I've watched
Anderson Silva?
I watched that live. I was watching.
It wrapped around the guy he kicked.
Okay, the guy he kicked was Chris Weidman. Okay,
I know that name too.
Chris Weidman. That happened to him,
no.
And I watched that one live. That one was even worse.
Is
than
it contagious?
And then Conor McGregor. Obviously, you saw that one. That one, not the one that happened this year. The one happened a couple of years ago with Dustin Poirier. The disgusting one. I was watching the what's his name, Hutchinson. I was watching Aiden Hutchinson when that thing happened. That was a nasty one as well. Zach Miller. Remember him?
Oh yeah. UNO's own.
Incredible tight end for the Chicago Bears. Now a country artist, I believe, Zach Miller. Did you hear this? Did you read about this?
What? Why doesn't he play it?
Zach Miller.
After Bowling Green.
Football. That would be great if Zach Miller football.
What's he got that Cole Swindell doesn't have?
A career? I don't know. I'm kidding. I haven't listened to his music. Zach Miller music, ex-Chicago Bear turned musician.
Whoa.
You want to hear some of the titles of his songs?
I do.
By the way, look at this. This is pro production. This is on ZachMillerMusic.com.
All right.
Whoever made Zach Miller's website, can you make mine? He did a pretty damn good job.
I got to email myself to try and get Zach Miller as
a
wacky guest.
How about this? Fine Line, Guiding Light. These are Zach Miller songs.
Guiding Light, also a soap opera.
How You Like Us Now. How ya, Y-A, how you like us now.
See, that avoids the copyright trademark on the other country song, How Do You Like Me Now?
There you go. How you like us now. Fly Away.
That's a Lenny Kravitz song.
Die Loving You. All Gas, No Brakes is another one of his
Jacob
songs.
Fatu fan.
One More Night. I Was Hoping. Fine Line, the acoustic version.
You got to have an acoustic version.
Torn Up. Those are his top tracks.
Okay.
Oh, let's see where he's playing his live shows. Zach Miller has one show scheduled right now.
Well, it's almost football season. He probably likes to watch.
September 11th.
Never forget.
He's going to be playing in McHenry, Illinois.
Okay.
I have no idea where.
You don't know where McHenry is?
Illinois.
It's a big state, people. He's not obligated to know, as members of the Storm Chasers grounds crew appear to be beginning the process of removing the tarp from Werner Park.
Oh, I should. That's like in Wisconsin. He's going to play in Crystal Lake. That's up there. I should know McHenry. That's
with Jason Voorhees?
Maybe. By the way, did you see this? Did you hear about this? Luka Doncic is taking his LA Lakers teammates to Slovenia
during the break.
I know. Have you ever been to Slovenia?
I have not.
He's going to Ljubljana. I've been to Slovenia. Have I told you about this?
Actually, now that you say that, yes, I think you have.
Yeah, I believe I've been there to wherever he's going, wherever he's from. I was actually in Bled, Slovenia. Can I tell you about something about Slovenia?
Yeah.
Good little country.
Oh, okay.
I got some things going over there, man. I had a phenomenal time. Great mountains. I went canoeing over in Slovenia. I went swimming in Slovenia. I did ski jumps in Slovenia. Played hockey in Slovenia.
Okay.
They had kind of like a Food of the World festival going on while I was in Slovenia. I think that's when I went to Ljubljana.
When you played hockey in Slovenia, did you end up just playing a team from your own district?
No, I didn't. We did not play. No, that would have been so funny if the Highland Park Falcons were in Slovenia.
Yeah.
No, they were not. That is, though, my entire hockey life was going to Michigan just to play the same Northwest Illinois teams.
I've heard this in youth sports.
It
this
happens
is like a running
every single
joke.
dude. But it's not a running joke. It happens.
Yeah.
We go to 8. I played in 8 Mile. There was a hockey rink in 8 Mile that I went and I played at.
Whoa.
And we played 3 teams from Illinois that we regularly play there.
Why are adults taking you to 8 Mile?
I have no idea. There was just a rink, dude. Pretty good. I'll tell you right now. If Eminem doesn't know how to ice skate, I'd be shocked. It was a good rink we went to.
Does Eminem know how to ice skate?
Whole question.
There's no way, right?
He's got to know how to ice
No.
skate. He's from Detroit. He not only is he from Detroit, he was from Detroit during the golden age of Red Wing hockey. I guarantee you there is a video out there of just Eminem, of Marshall, just tearing it up on the ice.
I'm going to tag him in this.
Does Eminem know how to ice skate?
Does
He's
Eminem
got to know how to ice skate.
There
are your training camp updates.
That's what we were doing. I'm
Jameer
sorry.
Gibbs and Bijan Robinson holding in. Vita Vea tweaked something very conveniently after he requested a trade.
Okay.
He just isn't practicing, and Todd Bowles was like, yeah, Vita tweaked something, I guess. He wants out of Tampa Bay. That'd be a pretty big loss for the Buccaneers, who did not get their extension done with Baker Mayfield. Shamar Turner carted off the field, was supposed to be a promising edge rusher for a defense in Cincinnati that needs to play well if they're going to get back to the playoffs this season. I mean, the number one, priority for Cincinnati is keep Joe Burrow healthy, and then the second priority is hopefully those investments on the defense end up working out. One of those big investments being trading for Dexter Lawrence. Sexy Dexy goes from New York to Cincinnati after they traded the number 10 overall pick for him earlier in the season. I was looking at Warren Sharp's numbers. We love Warren Sharp here on 1620 The Zone and Middays with Matt. He released his official. So how Warren does is and this is very smart. So like some people do strength of schedule based off of last year's records, right? So you go, oh, look at how tough the schedule is.
Mm-hmm.
They're playing all these different teams that had these records last year. But free agency happens, drafts happen, right? And so if you're going off of strength of schedule based off of what teams did last year when they have completely different teams, whether it be they got better or whether they got worse, that's inaccurate. I love what Warren Sharp does. He does strength of schedule based off of Vegas win totals. So what is Vegas projecting the teams that you're playing? What are they projecting them to win, right? And so his strength of schedules are typically different than other team strength of schedules. For example, Denver, right, according to a lot of your traditional strength of schedule metrics, has one of the tougher schedules, right? Kind of vanilla. But according to Warren, they actually have the 11th easiest schedule in the NFL if you're going off of Vegas win total.
It's a big disparity.
So it's a massive disparity. So just so you know, yeah, we're live. Hi, nice to see you. So just so you know, the 3 teams with the easiest schedules by far in the NFL this season, the Detroit Lions, the Cincinnati Bengals, and the New Orleans Saints, all according to Warren Sharp. 2 teams in the Lions and Bengals that need to get back to the playoffs this year.
If you can keep Joe Burrow upright.
Yeah, and, Cincinnati has become the team of investment, it seems like, every single year. Every single year we go, hey, they've invested in this, they should be better. Hey, they invested in this, they should be better. They invested, and it just it just seems like more often than not, that investment doesn't pay off. But the number one investment that does need to pay off is the health of Joe Burrow if he gets hurt again.
I actively forget that they've made the Super Bowl recently.
Isn't that incredible that like his legacy has been carried off of one game? How do we talk about Joe Burrow if he doesn't beat Pat Mahomes in that AFC Championship game?
A lot like Justin Herbert,
I
right?
think so.
Like,
I think
just kind of he's really good.
Yeah, but he's there.
Why isn't the team better?
It would go in terms of discourse, Burrow, Herbert, than Lawrence, because I feel like Herbert and Lawrence are both in the same.
Yeah, that's probably a
category
better comp. Yeah,
of like Lawrence and Herbert, both highly touted quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
They're both like they look like they're made out of a lab in terms of how your quarterback should look, right, and how they should play, and the intangibles more accurately that they have. It's crazy to think that, you know what, Joe Burrow just lost that one game. We talk about him very differently. But this is put up or shut up time for the Bengals, who, like I've said, they've put draft picks in this defense. They've put, big trades in this defense. They made some signings. They obviously lost Trey Hendrickson, but, it's a big year for them. And they're going to have a fairly easy schedule to take advantage. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to take a break here, and let's talk some, John, close your ears, Nebraska basketball.
Basketball.
Hear me out. Here's why we're talking basketball at a baseball park in July. It's not about the team. It's about a decision that was made that people got very mad about, that was then reversed yesterday. We'll talk about why that decision was reversed and did other things happen around that decision that influenced it. We talk about that next here on Middays with Matt.
Josh Hodson's boyhood hero was Hank Aaron. Matt McMasters was the guy from the Dos Equis commercial. Now it's starting to all make sense. Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Hey, don't forget about our Road to Wrigley Sounder contest. When you hear the sounder, hey, everybody, Harry Carey here. Go ahead and go to 1620thezone.com and enter our Road to Wrigley Sounder contest where you can win 2 tickets to see Nebraska volleyball take on Missouri at historic Wrigley Field, along with 2 airfare tickets from Omaha to Chicago, along with a $150 gift card that can get you food, merchandising, Ubers, all of the like. So go ahead, 1620thezone.com when you hear the sounder. Hey, everybody, Harry Carey here. It's brought to you by Union Bank and Trust at UBT. People don't have your money. Your money has people. Member FDIC. As we have a baseball game currently being played on the phone as the Braves are in a doubleheader. Who are they playing again?
Playing the Mets.
Okay. Oh, screw those guys. Those guys
Right?
suck.
Great take, Matt.
We are closer to first pitch here at Werner Park as rain did not go away. It actually delayed this baseball game. And so our
1
friends
o'clock first pitch.
of the Omaha Storm Chaser grounds crew, which did a phenomenal job with the help of Nick Batters, getting the tarp down. And so they are managing the field right now. First pitch will happen at 1 o'clock. That will coincide with our Wacky Guest. It's a Wacky Guest Wednesday here on Middays with Matt. So we will have a Wacky Guest at 1 o'clock, probably when the lineups are being announced here at Warner for the game against the Omaha Storm Chasers taking on.
Got to find out what time the anthem is.
St. Paul Saints. Yes, we do. Yes, we do indeed. Marty Cordero is somewhere around here. I saw him in that hallway.
I got
over
Peter
there.
Man here.
Is Peter Man in the building right now? Oh,
yeah.
we should talk to Pete. That'd be great. So we're here at Warner Park, section 114. If you want to come and say hi to us and hang out here as the St. Paul Saints are in town taking on the Omaha Storm Chasers. They will be here all week. And a bunch of different promotions that are going on here for the Storm Chasers. So don't forget to go and get your tickets for this weekend. They're going to have Harry Potter Night here on Friday, and then on August 1st, which is that's the Saturday, they'll have Faith and Family Night with Ben Zobrist will be a special guest here at Warner Park. So it should be a very, very good time. I got a sneaky feeling it's going to be a very good time in Pinnacle Bank Arena this season. I think that Nebraska basketball, will they have 28 wins again? Where are they going to go to the Sweet 16 once again for the second year in a row? Are they going to win NCAA tournament games after not winning one NCAA tournament game until last year, which, by the way, underrated. Thank God they got it in before 76. Got it in right under the wire. That would have been a calamity if that happened. Are they going to do all of those things? Who's going to say? Who's going to say? Some of them, are they going to win another NCAA tournament game? Very well could happen. Are they going to win 28 games again? That'd be very difficult. That'd be a very difficult mark to eclipse. And Fred Hoiberg talked 2 days ago, at his big media day. Had a bunch of other players talk. I loved how honest Fred was in terms of, him saying that they're not loud enough on defense and that they got to be more noisy on defense, be more communicative and go ahead. They need more leadership and they need guys to step up. And, I think that it says a lot when he says that through the media, because if he's saying it to the media, he's saying it to his players. And so, obviously defense is going to be a big part, not only just from a, personnel perspective, but also just a group perspective. Once again, when we talked about Nebraska basketball, we said this every single day, every single week. It's not just that this team has great shooters and they get hot. It's not that this team had NBA players and they just outmuscled everybody on the court. They had a defense that traveled to every single gym in America, which is why they were able to do the things that they did in Big Ten play and then eventually win 2 games in the NCAA tournament. And figuring that out, and just getting everybody on the same page will be very interesting. Nate Lenzner, once again, the phenomenal assistant coach for Nebraska basketball, going to have to do a great job getting that unit together. From a height perspective, though, they're going to be able to be a lot more physical in terms of just the length and size that they have, 1 through 5 on the court. You go from a 5'11" point guard in Sam Hoiberg to a 6'4" guard in Trevin Lenhart. You're going to have Frager in the starting lineup. He's 6'6". You're going to have Sanford in the starting lineup. He's 6'7". Yes, you lose Rink Mast, 6'10", but you replace him with a 6'9" player in Sam Orm, who I think he's going to fit beautifully in the offense coming off the ball. And then you got Bowden Kapke along with Wilkinson, who they got late in the transfer portal cycle. And you can't forget about the development of Leo Curtis. So from a defensive standpoint, I actually think that from personnel perspective, right, from a height perspective, and also, Lenhart at Utah Valley was very pesky on the ball, made defensive teams, was a steal merchant, if you will, and that level of basketball. Will that fully translate over to the Big Ten? We will see. But I think that this roster has a ton of potential. It makes sense. And it also fits kind of the mold a little bit more in terms of what the Big Ten has been going to over the last couple of years. Obviously, like, Purdue has always been the team with the 7-footer. Right. And then Illinois, had Coburn, and then they just bring in a bunch of, massive dudes. And now you're seeing more and more teams. Look, I mean, Michigan wins the national title last year. They did it with the Twin Towers of Marez Johnson Jr., who, funny enough, you bring up Illinois. He transferred from Illinois to Michigan. Ade Mara came from UCLA to Michigan. Nebraska's got that height to compete with that. And I think, especially against Purdue last year, they struggled with teams who had two bigs who could be very physical, right? I think that, let's go and look at Michigan State last year with Kohler and Cooper, right? They really had to battle hard in that game to compete with those two guys. They now have that personnel and have that height to do that. They just need some development on the back end, especially with who's going to be coming off the bench. That's why people will be excited at Pinnacle Bank Arena this season. I think the roster has the ability, has a ton of potential. They're also going to be excited this season because they don't have to think about, am I going to be able to sit in this seat next season? At the end of this season, it was announced a couple of weeks ago that Nebraska basketball was going to go through a reseating process. Football is going through a reseating process with the Big Red rebuild. Volleyball, their reseating process has already happened. And so from the perspective of basketball is going through a reseeding process, maybe you shouldn't have been surprised by it when it came out, because those two other entities are going through it. And clearly all throughout college athletics, there's currently an arms race for money. And the way that they're doing it, where you get tiered by the Husker Athletic Fund, which if you want to get tiered higher in the Husker Athletic Fund, what do, Josh Hodson? You donate more, right? You spend more money, you give more money to the athletic department. And so from that perspective, right, football doing reseeding, volleyball doing reseeding, the need for money, how you get tiered in the reseedings, Husker Athletic Fund, that should not have been a surprising part. But it did surprise people. It did shock people when it was announced that Husker basketball was going to reseat, because they haven't been good, okay? I mean, the history of Nebraska basketball is not one full of success. It's not one full of, 30-win seasons and Elite Eight appearances and a Final Four appearance and so on and so forth. Nebraska's basketball history is very mundane. It's pretty vanilla. They're not. Let's just be honest here. Historically, Nebraska basketball not very relevant. You can tell the story of college basketball and omit Nebraska, okay? And so that's why last year's season was so special, because Nebraska basketball historically isn't a team that wins 28 games, that finishes second in the Big Ten, that goes to the Sweet 16, that, is Nebraska basketball last year was a national story, right? And any of these national podcasts, any of these national writers, any of these top pundits, if you will, we're talking about Nebraska basketball. That does not happen. And so that's why
we're using them for clout.
That's why it made everything so great last year. And so when when the athletic department announces that they're going to reseat, Pinnacle Bank Arena, people go, really? Really? You have one good season, you have one great season, and these things become the hottest ticket in town, and that's when you're deciding to just all of a sudden get out of here. Stop it. That's ridiculous. Reward us for being loyal. Let us watch this great product that people are fired up for in July. Let's watch this great product from our seats. What are you doing? Why would you make this decision? People were up in arms about it.
Yeah.
And I was too, because I don't blame them, right? And we've had this discussion over and over, Josh Hodson, the shift, right, of when you have college athletic departments now operating like pro sport teams because they have to pay their players, how they treat the consumer shifts, right? College athletic departments treated their fans a lot differently than pro sports teams. People are now feeling that because now as we're shifting from college athletic departments becoming more like pro sports, they're treating their consumers more like pro sport fans. Somebody who grew up in a pro sports city, I'm here to tell you, you're just a number, right? You're just, how much do you spend? What are you doing at the merchandise stand? How often are you buying tickets? Where are you sitting, right? And that's a tough shift to make. And that's one of those decisions that you make to reseat for the basketball season that people start to realize, all right, this is a different game. Well, all of that lead up to tell you that ain't happening anymore, okay? They are not reseating basketball at the end of this season.
It is happening eventually, 2029.
So here's the email that was sent yesterday from the Husker Athletic Department. As the Big Red Rebuild project continues to take shape, we have identified significant and unavoidable my thing just crapped out all of a sudden. Unavoidable overlapping timelines between those planned renovations and the men's basketball reseat that make it difficult for us to provide the level of, keyword here, level of clarity that our fans deserve. Therefore, the men's basketball reseat will be postponed until after the completion of the Big Red Rebuild project. This means our plans for a reseat of Pinnacle Bank Arena in will occur in 2029. Okay, so you got 3 years. You got 3 years to enjoy your seats. And I'm going to be real with you. I understand what the result is. I still don't understand the reasoning, like significant and unavoidable overlapping timelines between those planned renovations and the basketball reseat that make it difficult for us to provide the clarity that our fans deserve. Am I wrong here? I don't fully know what that means. Like what about the overlapping of that project and a reseat? Are you just understaffed? Can you not do that? Is it too hard to execute from a just athletic department standpoint? Are they kind of, maybe they're saying, hey, we're going to be too stretched thin to do it, so we can't provide you the clarity in order to get it done. I would like a little bit more just clarification of what overlapping timeline and all that stuff means. Honestly, some people don't. All they need to hear is 2029. That's when they're reseating in basketball. I want to read you this article real quick, Josh Hodson, from the Omaha World Herald. Because I do think, and I try not to speculate too much on this show, but I don't think this is speculating as much as it is reading the information that's out there and coming to a conclusion, right? This was written by Justin Frommer of the Omaha World Herald, okay? And Frommer went ahead and he had a anecdotal article that centered around a season ticket holder. Her name was Jo Sepik, okay? And she's been a Nebraska volleyball season ticket holder for 13 years. And Justin describes her story in terms of Jo had 4 season tickets. She knew the reseat was coming, and she wanted to keep her tickets. She wanted to have the same tickets in the same spot. And so what Jo did, which I'm going to guess that plenty of season ticket holders did, is she banded together with her friends and family, and they donated to the Husker Athletic Front, right? They tried to tier up in order to get more priority when it came to getting her season tickets. Well, when the reseating process took place, Jo Sepik did not get her season tickets in her same spot.
Oh.
She had 4 season tickets in one spot. She ended up getting 2 season tickets. So they limited her amount from 4 to 2.
Oh.
And then they moved her about 5 rows up and a couple of seats over. Okay.
Okay.
So but she lost 2 tickets and she did not keep her spot. And so this is a very well done job here by Justin Frommer of the Omaha World Herald, because he gets Joe Sepik, a volleyball season ticket holder, perspective. And then he talked to Tyler Kai, who is the deputy athletic director for revenue generation, and he was the point person on the volleyball reseat.
Good get.
And so he interviewed, here's what the fans think, and here's the person who's actually controlling this whole thing. Here was his perspective. And this is such an interesting quote from this article in Kai. He said, this is referring to Kai, Tyler Kai, the deputy athletic director. He said, the athletic department prepared for a, quote, doomsday when it came to the amount of donations and season ticket requests. And it ended up being an Armageddon amount. With tickets selling out July 15th, that left 4 of the final 12 section of groups who were supposed to get reseated out of luck. Okay?
Oh.
Kai reveals later in this article that every season ticket holder who donated $100 was offered new tickets during the reseat. If you were a season ticket holder, though, and you didn't donate at all, you weren't able to get any sort of season ticket during this volleyball reseat. And here's the point I'm trying to make here, reading all of you this and Kai's quotes and all the such, is Nebraska hasn't done this. You know, this whole reseating thing, they haven't done this. This hasn't been something that they've done.
Right.
And so I think that was a part that maybe we overlooked in terms of, okay, yeah, Missouri has done reseating and Iowa State's done reseating and all these other athletic departments, they've done it before, and it's a practice that they go through. But it's different to see other athletic departments do it, but you don't actually know how the sausage is made, for a lack of a better term, right? And so they came in with an expectation of how things were going to be from a volleyball reseating perspective. And frankly, there are a lot of fans who are very upset that they either didn't get the amount of tickets that they were previously allotted, that they didn't get to be able to sit in the seats that they were previously in, that there are season ticket holders who just did not get an opportunity to continue to be season ticket holders for volleyball. And we talk about the well of goodwill. How much longer can you go back to the well and expect people to pay more money, to adhere to the rules, to not be upset with what's going on? And frankly, a lot of people went through the volleyball reseating process and were disappointed. And I wonder, with, you know, they talk about the Big Red Rebuild project and overlapping timelines and unavoidable circumstances that make it hard for them to give clarity to fans. How much of the experience of volleyball made them realize, hey, we got to have all hands on deck here. Like we got to we got to put our full force to this, because if you think that volleyball was Armageddon, if this basketball team continues to win, if this basketball team continues to sell out PBA, if this basketball team continues to have the success they've had last year with Fred Hoiberg, it's going to be Armageddon +1, you know? And so it's very interesting to see in real time Nebraska athletics evolve with the changing times of college sports and make these tough decisions, and then on the fly have to adjust because of things they learn and circumstances that they face. And so I think I don't know if this is so much of a, hey, we feel bad that we pissed you all off by doing it 1 year after we were great, as much as it is, I think they learned a lot of things. They learned a lot of things during the volleyball reseat, and they're adjusting to that, because it did, once again, they expected doomsday and they got Armageddon. I think that tells you everything you need to know in terms of the processes that they went through. But another interesting quote, they made a ton of money. They made a lot of money. Kai
sounds like it.
Kai talks about here's how you know, and this isn't, you know, this is the actual numbers here. This is from Frommer's article. Kai said the amount of new donations and group upgrades exceeded department projections. For example, the Nebraska Leadership Society, the top donor group at $25,000 per year, went from 350 members to 650 members.
Whoa, okay. That's a significant
jump. A massive jump. I mean, they nearly doubled their top donation group before and after the reseat. So, you know, I think them pushing back the basketball thing, good for everybody. You got 3 more years, 2029, but they learned a lot of lessons. They learned a lot of lessons from the volleyball reseat. That's for sure. That's for sure. Okay, let's go ahead. Media Day things are happening. Quotes are coming out. Let's talk about Big Ten Media Day.
Do we owe anyone money?
I don't think we do.
Okay.
But there are some tidbits that we could talk about. Also, local Nebraska media interviewing PJ Fleck. Did not have that on my bingo card. Good for you, Jake Bartecki. Let's hit a break, and then Wacky Guest Wednesday at 1 o'clock here on the 16th one of the Zone Radio Network.
He's from the third largest village in the world, Skokie, Illinois. Middays with Matt on 1620, The Zone.
We are live here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network as Marty Cordero has joined us here. He's pointing, he's asking, what do we want to eat?
Wow.
Chef Joey,
Chef is
our
here.
guy. How are you, my
So
friend?
much
This is
pressure.
great. I mean, would you split a team wiener?
A team? You're going to ask him for a team wiener?
Okay, that might be a
Boy,
little
you
bit
really
too
got
much.
no shame.
I have no shame whatsoever. What's that? What's the Sonoran dogs? Okay. Bacon wrapped hot dog. Mayo. Avocado. All right, we'll take that.
Yeah.
I'll take that. We'll take two of
That
those.
sounds lovely.
And can we get the mac and cheese too? Let's go hash mac. That's perfect.
You could get those things too when you come down to
Look,
Werner
we
Park
had
this
to go ahead and say, I had to get the mac and cheese for us. I'm not afraid of ordering. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
I'll lay
yeah.
down the law. I'll just do it. Like when we get to a bar, right? When we go out to a bar together, if we're ever at a sport bar and they don't have the game on the TV that I need the game on the TV, I have no shame in being like, hey, put that game on.
Well, that's important.
Well, I
just didn't want you taking Marty for all that money.
I come on. I was just throwing it out there. It's Team Wiener though. It's incredible.
You are a guy who will ask for.
I will. Okay, here's the thing.
If he says no, you're genuinely like, okay, that's fine. I'm
okay.
switch to
I just
something
move
else.
on from it. But also too, like when we were at the team dinner, right at Farmer Brown's, I had no shame in ordering the most expensive thing.
That's right.
I want what I want. I'm a go-getter, right? That's just what I want to go and I
That's what
want
we
to have
love
what I
about
want to
you.
have. I want to have the Phillies Colorado Rockies games on the third TV. I don't care if you give me an eye roll. I'm going to ask you to put it on. How are the Braves doing?
No score in the bottom of the third. A.J. Smith-Sharvers returned for Atlanta on the mound.
We don't have too many updates from Big Ten Media Days.
We don't?
We only have the update that PJ Fleck's opening statement was like 11 minutes long.
He's done this. You get like 15 minutes. He tries to use every second of it in his opening statement.
He did
this
it.
year. He talked about JFK. Is my understanding
He
correct?
used some JFK quotes during his opening statement. Last year he did it, and his strategy was he was going to overshare about every player he brought to media day. So he just did like a biography on all the guys that he brought. That was able to waste his time because I don't think he wants to ask too many questions. I will say, though.
What questions are we going to ask PJ Fleck that are like too hard or too controversial? Like, whoa, hey, I don't want to go there today. Like, take
Hey,
the questions.
PJ, how weren't you able to keep one of Minnesota's greatest in-state products, Coy Parish, on the team? Are you concerned about your NIL? That would be a tough question. Other than that, though, I mean, I will say this, though. Some people got the cojones at Big Ten Media Days. There is nothing more dangerous than a journalist who knows he never has to see that coach again.
Okay, that's true.
There is nothing more dangerous than a journalist who definitely has other opinions on other teams in the Big Ten, knowing they got nothing to lose. I don't got to see PJ Fleck on Monday at Media Days. I don't have to see Pat Fitzgerald again, during a presser, during a scrum. This is the only time I'm going to see him. I want to ask him about certain controversial things that maybe his own media corps wouldn't be willing to do. I can't wait for somebody from like the Des Moines Register to ask Matt Rule, does he think this year is a reset?
Do you think you're going to get fired?
What do you think of people thinking your extension was a bad decision, Matt?
Yeah.
What do you think about that? We'll see. He talks tomorrow at Big Ten Media Days. We'll have plenty of content on that.
We'll have Matt Rule as well. We will air
Matt Rule,
the speech.
No big updates on Big Ten Media Days, but the Cleveland Browns have re-signed two pieces of their secondary. The Cleveland Browns and the New York Jets, one of those two teams will be in a Super Bowl in the next 10 years.
Whoa. You gotta prepare a guy when you're going to say something like that.
I love what the Browns are doing. I don't know if I've ever said that in my life. I love what they're doing.
Are they going to legislate offense out of the NFL?
So that's the thing. So they are going to be bad this year, and they're going to get a quarterback.
Uh-huh.
And contingent upon them not screwing that up, I know it's a big if, but they've had great drafts.
I like that you said it.
They have great drafts.
Those
They've
two
been
teams
killing it in the draft.
You are
the last
very
2
correct
years.
about that.
The New York Jets have 3 first-round picks next year. All right? They're a bad organization. How can you screw that up, though? Here's what they're going to do. They're going to have this season. Aaron Glenn's going to keep his job. They're going to draft a quarterback. That quarterback is not going to play nearly as well as he should. They're going to fire Aaron Glenn, and then Declan Doyle is the offensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens. They'll hire that guy to be their head coach.
Coach Declan?
Declan Doyle.
Wow.
Remember the name. He'll coach the New York Jets one day.
Okay.
Put it on the long-term list. Declan Doyle will coach the New York Jets one day.
You hear that, Josh? I know you're on vacation.
Josh, put it on long-term. Declan Doyle will be the head coach of Middays with Matt of New York Jets.
Whoa.
Wacky Guest Wednesday coming up next year on Middays with Matt on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
It's Wacky Guest Wednesday. Middays with Matt. Who is our guest? We don't know. It could be anybody. It could be an actress. It could be a singer. Could be your mom. A-O, let's go. They're in the green room. Who's our guest? We don't know. They're all booked up and they're ready to go. Hey, Josh, who's the guest? Make them interesting.
Nice.
Don't screw this up, or this will suck. It's Wacky
Josh?
Guest Wednesday.
Like the song says, Wacky Guest Wednesday. By the way, we just had an incredible national anthem here at the Omaha Storm Chasers game.
Heck yeah.
That guy belted. It was awesome. Who's our wacky guest today?
Well, it's a former friend.
Former friend?
Yeah.
Wait, they're no longer a friend of mine?
Well, I guess a former media member here in town.
Oh, okay.
So you used to hear this person a lot more on 1620 The Zone and other surrounding areas. Now this person has gone on to bigger and better things, and they so rarely have time for us little people here in Omaha, and that's fine because we wish everyone the best. From KSHB in the greater Kansas City Metroplex, it is Matt Foster.
Oh, Mr. Foster. How are you, Matt? How's everything been?
What's going on, guys? You know, we are still, I guess, recovering from the World Cup here in Kansas City, and that recovery was short-lived because now football's back.
Football is back. Matt, you and I did have a couple limited interactions while we were both in the media corps together. I think we were only both in the Nebraska media corps for a year, but always respected the work that you did over at KETV. Now you're over in Kansas City. You've been able to keep up with everything you're doing on social media. How was covering the World Cup, man? How much of an experience, how great of an experience or crazy of an experience was that for you covering such a incredible and once-in-a-lifetime event?
I mean, you summed it up. It was incredible, and for those who know me, I'm a big soccer guy, so this was, you know, some people have certain bucket list items of events to cover, you know, Super Bowl, golf majors. World Cup was always up there for me, and it was so cool, not just, you know, the games themselves, but in total, I think we had 11 countries come through Kansas City at one point or another. We had 4 teams.
Wow.
What base camping is what they called it. Algeria was in Lawrence, but they were treated like a Kansas City team. And obviously you had Argentina, England, and Netherlands. So being able to see those teams, those players up close and personal every week. And then plenty of other countries and fan bases that came to town. And it was a big party every time there was a match in town. The fan fest was always packed. For the most part, we lucked out on weather on game days too. I think the Netherlands-Tunisia match, we had some storms that day, but they were sandwiched between the Orange Walk, which I'm sure if you haven't seen videos of the Orange Walk that Netherlands fans do, it's one of the most ridiculous things there is. In the, I think turnout they estimated was in the low 30,000 for a middle of the morning on like a Thursday of people just showing up to participate in what's essentially a parade, but just for fun. And normally they do that march from a certain area to the stadium. Well, you can't exactly do that in Kansas City, so they did it from the T-Mobile Center to Fan Fest. But the whole thing was, once in a lifetime, and memories that everyone who got to experience some part of it will, I'm sure, never forget.
Matt, did you do one-on-one interviews with any of the players? Was that something that you were able to do?
No.
Oh.
It's weird. I know, but their style of doing things, FIFA, and how that was set up was very different than anything else I've experienced, because they would have what was called match day -1 press conferences.
Okay.
And remember, a lot of these countries, they don't speak English, or even if they do, it's not their first language. So these press conferences would be in Spanish, German, Dutch, Arabic, and you'd go to set up, and there would be like 5 or 6 different mode boxes, and you'd be listening to the live speakers, and then in another ear, you'd be connected to an app so you could hear the live translation going on. It was a little jarring the first time it happened.
Yeah.
But it was bizarre to not really understand anything that was being said in a press conference other than trusting what a translator was doing on like a 2 to 3 second delay.
Wow. I mean, that's remarkable. It's, that's stuff that you don't even like from a media perspective. Like I wouldn't even think about like, oh yeah, these guys they don't speak the language in terms of, or, you know, the language that I speak rather. That is, that's quite fascinating. I mean, how many like 10, 11 hour days can you put in, Matt? I want to know about this. I mean, this is fascinating to me.
Depending on the day, honestly. And so for us, not being a Fox station, we were considered a non-rights holder. And that's a rights holder versus non-rights holder is a very different thing than we're used to in America as far as like what we have access to. That's much more of an international thing. So we only got 2 credentials to cover matches and practices. Wow. So it was myself and our weekend sports anchor, Mackenzie Nelson. So we were the only 2 from our station that were able to go to any open training sessions and any of the matches as well. So it definitely put the burden on us to be the only ones that could go to that. But yeah, match days were definitely long. Certainly depending on traffic getting in and out as well. But again, you know, event like that, first time it's been in stateside in 30 years, you know, if you get a little overtime, that part's not bad either. So can't complain.
Well, I mean, knowing you and like, you know, just following your career, it's so incredible because you are a soccer guy. Like you're not like, that's not just a title you put on yourself. You love the sport. So to be able to just kind of be in a lightning in a bottle moment for you, right? To be in media, to be in TV, to just happen to be in Kansas City when the World Cup is going on. I mean, that's absolutely incredible. So happy that you're able to do that. Matt Foster of KSHB 41 in Kansas City, formerly of KETV here in Omaha. Let's ask you a KETV question. What was your favorite moment, Matt, working at that station in your time here in Omaha?
You know, I want to say, so big picture, when I first started there, it was December 2019, I want to say. So
okay,
we all know what kind of happened a couple months after that.
Yeah. Yep. Not the best time to really start a new job.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get College World Series my first full year, my first summer in Omaha.
Wow. You got nothing. You got nothing in your first year. You got zero. You got a bunch of reruns. You got Tiger King in your first year in Omaha.
Long live Tiger King.
Long live.
No, so we obviously, you know, there wasn't a lot going on. We weren't traveling, and the first thing I got to travel to for KETV was the women's volleyball Final Four in Columbus.
Yeah.
And so that was really cool. So also for those who don't know, I'm a Wisconsin alum. So it was Wisconsin versus Nebraska in the championship. It was a great match. You know, went 5 sets. I had like a 5-minute turnaround on deadline. That part wasn't fun because the match took like 3 hours, and it didn't start until like 8:30 local time.
Yeah, it was a late game.
And it was just, the environment for that was incredible. I was, you know, lucky enough to go down to Tampa too when they made that Final Four. And, you know, until you experience College World Series for yourself, it's tough to explain to people how cool that event is. And even though I've moved, I've tried to get back and catch a game each summer now because it's too much fun. Omaha really, you know, comes to life, and I'm glad that event paints a good picture of what Omaha is able to do with those types of events.
Absolutely. And you're totally right. Like, I've been to the CWS as a fan, but then being able to cover it, it's a completely different experience. Being able to be, you know, by the dugouts and in the dugouts and on the field and the media days and the batting practice and all that stuff. Like, it's a completely different experience. You couldn't be more spot on about that. Favorite Andy Kendi memory from Matt Foster?
Oh, I got a good one. It's not a bad one, but it's a good one. So let's see, this would have been, I think, 2024 season, I think it was. Nebraska was at Iowa for Black Friday. So spent Thanksgiving up in Iowa City with Andy and our sports photographer at the time, Tyler White. It's Thanksgiving. There's like nothing open,
Yeah.
We end up eating at a Perkins. Spent Thanksgiving dinner at a Perkins. Yes, those are still around. They still exist somehow. I don't know who's keeping them in business. But apparently because they're open on Thanksgiving, that's how they stay in business.
Dude,
Andy decided to order.
You go ahead. Keep going.
So they had a Thanksgiving meal. Looked a little iffy. Andy decided to go for it. He regretted it. Me and Tyler got like omelets, more safe route. And he got a sorry looking piece of pumpkin pie that came with it too. But it was just one of those like, are we really spending Thanksgiving dinner at a Perkins just outside Iowa City?
Yeah, that's incredible. I'll tell you. Can I answer the question to who's keeping Perkins around? Wisconsin people like Andy Kendi are keeping Perkins around. All right, the people of Wisconsin love Perkins for God knows what reason. I spend a lot. You went to Madison. You know what I'm talking about. The Perkins are everywhere in that state. That's who's keeping them around. It's all the Badgers and Cougars and Brewers fans. That's who's keeping that place alive.
Someone's got to, I guess.
Yeah, someone's got to do it. All right, Matt Foster, have you been following Nebraska football? Have you been keeping up with the stories? Are you into, or have you completely abandoned it and you want nothing to do with the Matt Rule era and Husker football anymore? You can be honest here. I'm always fascinated with people when they leave this beat. Do they keep an eye on what's still going on, or do they entirely leave it behind? What have you done?
Well, so I still follow so many of the media members in the Nebraska Corps, so it's tough to miss really. And I mean, just look where they started their season last year, in Kansas City, at Arrowhead City.
You're right.
Couldn't
get
get away from it if I tried. That was a great atmosphere, by the way, that night.
Yeah.
And then I remember, I think it was not this past spring, but the spring prior, Matt Rule was in the winner circle at one of the NASCAR races that Kansas City hosted. I'm like, this guy's everywhere. But
that was his bit for a while. That was his thing.
He was just popping up every random place. There was Matt Rule.
Do you have an opinion on? How do you think they'll play this season, Matt?
Yeah, probably middle of the pack again. I mean, the Big Ten has become so top heavy, and now that Indiana is good, which again, like that still sounds weird to say in the year 2026 in the college football playoff era, but they are. I'm curious to see how Michigan fares in the Kyle Whittingham era. I feel like that's kind of flown under the radar a little bit for such a major program. And I know they had more of a down year last year, but still Michigan, and they still have ample NIL funds to take care of. Nebraska got the UNLV guy, Calandria. Is that how you say his last name?
Yeah, that's how you say it.
Mountain West to Big Ten, obviously a bigger jump. And I know they have a tougher schedule this year, correct?
Very good. Yes.
As far as, compared to what they had last year. So, I can see middle of the pack, it's kind of starting to get to the point with Rule where, all right, well, his third season was normally the one where his team kind of took off, and that hasn't happened yet. So I'm kind of curious where fans' patience level is with that. And I know, injuries, stuff like that has factored. But it's tough to be successful in this era unless you push all your chips in on a certain program. And I think with Nebraska, with volleyball being such a premier program for most schools, a non-revenue generating sport, that factors in. And now, Nebraska ball finally won an NCAA tournament game, had a great run. They're going to want to command more NIL. So I would not want to be in the shoes, and I haven't wanted to be in the shoes of anybody who has those roles of having to divvy out NIL and figure out where it's going, because that's just where things are at.
Yeah. I mean, you're spot on. I said it earlier in the show. being an athletic director of a college program is a job that I do not want. I do not want to be doing that job right now in sports currently. All right, you did a great job. We got you off the beat. We talked to you about KETV. We talked to you about Andy Kendi and eating at a Perkins. We're going to bring that up tomorrow when we interview him. Did a phenomenal job steering through the Nebraska Cornhusker questions. Let's get back to your beat. Matt, is Pat Mahomes playing week 1? All right, do you have an answer for me? What's going on here? How is he looking? How is he throwing? How is he moving? Give me all the scoops, Matt Foster. I need to know about the Chiefs. Oh, definitely not for betting purposes, by the way. Definitely not trying to get info for the over-unders. Just man-to-man, how does Pat look?
I mean, through, the first, I guess this was technically day 4 of training camp. The first 3 days are just quarterbacks and rookies. But for a guy who just had ACL surgery 7 months ago, I mean, he's always kind of been a freak athlete when it comes to how his body heals and reacts to certain types of injuries that would otherwise put your average athlete out for a more extended period of time. He was in 11 drills today for the first time since that injury. And wow. From what I can tell, he, was still slinging it just fine. It will be an adjustment period once, because he hasn't been back in, pads and what is that first hit going to look like. But the way he's moving right now, and they said as such before training camp started, they were optimistic he'd play at week 1. I think it's going to be tough keeping him out, barring some, bump in the road, something just feels off and they don't want to risk it. Because you got to remember, that game against the Broncos, they have one of the best pass rushes in the league. So if Pat's not going to be moving around his, normal way to begin with. So you don't want him going out there, getting clobbered, and then, doing something to that knee again. And then the whole season is already a wash. Because Justin Fields looked the best today, which I guess he's kind of looked that way wherever he's been, but that's a backup quarterback for you. But yeah, I think all signs right now point to him probably playing in week 1. I think the real question will be if he sees any snaps in the preseason. He was asked about that on Friday, and he's a competitive guy, so of course he said he wants to be out there, but he's going to trust coaches. And I think if they want him to play week 1, you're probably going to have to get him out there for at least 8 series, because practice reps do not compare to game reps, even preseason game reps, but even just the mental hurdle of finally being back out there after this, I think will be a big step, maybe the biggest step, because the mental side of it, you don't know until you're back in that situation. So as of right now, he's progressed probably as good as any fan could have hoped, but I think he's in a good spot right now.
Matt Foster, formerly of KETV, joining us here on Middays with Matt. All right, one more question here, Matt, before we let you go. You got a Cornhusker down there on your beat that you're covering in Kansas City. How's Emmett Johnson looking? What's the buzz around him? How are media members enjoying him? I mean, he's heavily a stand-up guy that a lot of people here in the media corps love covering. What have you seen from Emmett Johnson and the opportunities you've had to be in front of him and his opportunities to be in front of the Kansas City media?
Yeah, I think his personality has definitely come through, like you kind of mentioned. We've talked to all the Chiefs draft picks multiple times now, back in rookie camp and this weekend as well. And he's just, he's a happy-go-lucky guy. During rookie camp, he was, I think, the first guy down the hill at least 2 of the 3 days. He kind of talked about, getting extra jug work in that he used to do with his brother, and he's kind of continued that and just wanted to do whatever he can to help the team win. I think right now he probably has a good shot at that 3rd running back spot. Question will be if the Chiefs carry 4 with Rashard Smith kind of being a tweener of, well, if they keep him as a special teams, or you see Emmett Johnson on special teams. But I think early returns he should be a good factor in passing downs. I think he brings a little bit different than, probably maybe not as many actual carries, but his versatility, I think, bodes well for what he can bring to the offense. But early reviews, I think media are high on him. I think fans are high on him. I think the nice guy personality, his story and all that definitely helps in the favorability for him.
Matt Foster of KSHB 41 joining us here on Wacky Guest Wednesday. Matt, thank you so much for doing this, man. Absolute blast. Well, you know what, Matt? We would love to have you on as the Kansas City Chiefs season actually goes on. We might have you on a couple more times, talk a little Chiefs football, because you're there on that beat doing such a great job. Thank you once again for joining us here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network, my man.
Appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Matt. Matt Foster of KSHB 41, formerly of KETV. I cannot wait until ESPN fantasy experts go, why are so many teams taking Emmett Johnson in the last round of this fantasy football draft?
He's getting drafted in a lot of leagues. Maybe you need to pick him up in yours.
If you're a guy who likes draft trends, Emmett Johnson is a guy to look for, the 5th-round running back out of Kansas City, popping up in a lot of 16th and 17th rounds of the draft. Clearly, there is some value being shown here with drafters liking the versatility of the former Nebraska running back. No, Mike Clay, that's not what's happening. It's crazy Nebraska Cornhusker fans going, EJ, I'm going to put you on my bench. And then him probably not getting
Somebody's going to take him in like the 4th.
Oh, my God, yes,
because they just don't. They just don't know, right? They don't care.
Do you know what would happen back in the day when I was younger in fantasy football? Because the Bears defense was sick. Like the Bears defense, I've seen the Bears defense get drafted as high as the 4th round in a fantasy football draft. Like that's how people are.
Mm-hmm.
You got to think about that. Like for me, when I do my drafts, I know Luther Burden is going to go about 2 rounds higher than he probably should. I know that Caleb Williams probably is going to go at least 3 rounds higher than he probably should. Which, by the way, the Madden ratings came out today. Caleb Williams, 9th highest rated quarterback.
A top 10 quarterback.
How about that, huh?
Iceman.
How about that? Not George Gervin. It's Caleb Williams. Don't get mad at me, olds. All right? That's a fact.
You're getting George Gervin in your mentions?
I'm getting everybody in my mentions in this radio show.
Your life sounds weird.
Yeah, I watched Tyler Shuck tape for a hobby.
That was part of why I said what I said. Yeah.
You say that while you're watching an Atlanta Braves doubleheader.
I'm watching 2 baseball games at the same time.
While being on the radio. It's the 1620 Zone Radio Network. We have some more updates on things around college football coming up next.
Family Man Josh Hodson. Family Man Matt Mc... You're kidding me, right? They want me to read this? Okay. Family Man Josh Hodson. Family Man Matt McMahon. I'm sorry, there's just no way I'm going to get through this. You're listening to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
It is Matt live at Werner Park here. We want to remind you, by the way, that 1620 The Zone is giving away a 4-pack of tickets to this Saturday's Omaha Storm Chasers game. They are taking on the team that they are currently playing in the St. Paul Saints. First pitch will be at 6:05. Storm Chasers will be hosting an autograph session featuring 2016 World Series MVP and 2015 World Series champion with the Kansas City Royals, Ben Zobrist. Here, listen all week to what Sports Like Conduct for a chance to win your way to Werner Park. Real quick, first off, I have a couple peeves. Okay.
Oh, okay. Is the bitching hour coming back?
The bitching hour was pretty good.
That's a good. There's something.
The bitching hour had some potential. Okay, and you know what? I just didn't get the support I needed to continue the bitching hour.
What are you looking at me for?
I just forgot about it.
Oh,
really
I was like, oh crap! Did I do
every good Middays with Matt bit that doesn't exist is just it got forgotten about. Which, by the way, we did not forget about this week in women's history. It's coming back tomorrow, and then we're done.
The
okay?
final.
We're done. The final this week in women's history.
Send me your women.
If you're asking, did we run out of women?
No. Never.
Most progressive show on 1620
I could do this for 40 years.
By the way, this is so funny how the camera's set up with you and me. It looks like we're on like a webcam sitcom show right now. You know, it's just two guys just going like that. Here's what I'm peeved about. Okay.
All right.
The Monster Energy deal with the Big 12 is not the same deal as Ohio State and Notre Dame. Why can't we get this through people's thick skulls?
If you're just random example, you're considered by many to be the voice in the state for whatever it is you do. Maybe you're the best butcher in the state. Maybe you're the best, Pepsi delivery guy in the state. Just maybe you're the best, just guy who covers Husker sports in the state. Just naming professions at random.
If you are on the Locked On podcast with Penn State, because those guys talked about it as if it was the same deal.
Oh, no.
It's not the same deal.
The guys at the Locked On Nebraska podcast do better work.
Great men.
And they would
great
know.
men. They're great men, those people.
Why do we both feel we have to talk to the webcam?
I kind of love it. Don't you? I feel like we should just go ahead and just
Those
do
are the
this
people we care
time.
about, right in that little box there.
By the way, isn't it so funny? Like, we are like a little TV, too. It's like we're not full screen. It's just we've opened up the window to Werner Park here on the YouTube. Hey, what's up? We're still here. We look like the guy from Blue's Clues, where he's like waving through the door, Hey, we're here.
Here's the mail. It never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want to wail. Mail.
We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. Wonder who it's from. God. Have you shown your son Blue's Clues?
I don't think I have.
Oh my God! Well, he's too old now.
Yeah,
that's kind of come and gone. That's bad parenting on your part.
You know what? I'm gonna take the L on this one.
I had like Blue's Clues stuff like growing up.
Oh
you
yeah.
know? Oh yeah. I was a Blue's Clues kid. That and the Wiggles.
Oh, the Wiggles.
I love the Wiggles.
Really?
I love the fruit salad guy. Fruit salad. Yummy, yummy.
I don't know it. Forgive me. I don't know any of their songs. I only know that they are a group that exists.
Fruit salad. God, the Wiggles were great. I went to 3 live Wiggles concerts.
3?
I was a Wiggles groupie.
Are they all
4 years
all
old.
different?
They're all they were different.
They mix it up.
They had the top guy. I forgot his name. I'm pretty sure it was Rob. And then he got replaced. And I go, this is ridiculous. What do you mean? What do you mean he got replaced? What do you mean? What do you mean Rob's not a Wiggle anymore? And that's when my mom, it was the first time my mom had to tell me, honey, bands break up,
Let me tell you about the Beatles, son.
Dude, she had to reference that. She's like, there was this band I really like called Oasis, and they
those guys hate each other.
Yeah, they can't. But by the way, they went back on tour. Did that go well? Did that happen? I thought they were getting on fights on stage at some point.
That would be my guess as to how it ended. I don't know.
Asian Joe goes, what does Matt know about the Teletubbies?
Oh.
I didn't really watch them. I wasn't really a Tubby kid, you know?
You know about Tinky Winky?
What?
That was the one. They said watch out for that one when I was a kid.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't a Teletubby,
The
man.
Baby in the Sun.
I really liked Fetch with Ruff Ruffman.
Not familiar.
That was a banger show. PBS had some banger shows.
Always
dude.
good work over there.
PBS.
Imagine not wanting to fund them.
Dude, PBS was killing the game for me back in the day. It was that and
Arthur? Were you an Arthur kid?
Oh, my God. Of course I was an Arthur.
Okay.
I called my sister DW growing up. I was like, DW, stop it. Stop being annoying, DW.
I understand that reference.
I learned how to whistle through Arthur.
Oh.
Because they did a whole whistling show, you know? Arthur was it was the stuff. I almost swore. That's how much I like Arthur.
Jake, hope you're listening.
Hope you're listening, Jake. You better, when we start talking about Arthur, you better put your hand over that button. You don't know what's coming. Arthur the Aardvark, man. That's my guy.
So what did you want to do in this
I
segment?
have no idea. I did actually want to do things.
This is the last chance you have at getting a takeout.
I've gotten so many takes out.
Yeah,
today.
you said the Browns or the Dolphins will be in the Super Bowl. in
No,
10
I
years.
would never say that a
Oh,
trash
I'm
team, like a trash organization, an organization that shouldn't even be in the league, Nick Grimm. I would never say that the Dolphins are going to win a title.
That is correct. You said the
I said the
Browns or
much more
Jets.
respected
Yeah.
New York Jets.
Uh-huh.
One of the hey, it's by the way, that's 1 foot in, 1 foot out take. Is that Matt Olson?
That's a Matty O homer.
That guy's that's a ball
And it was
player.
a 2-run home run to tie the game.
That guy's a ball player, man. He
Yeah.
just looks like a stud.
Yeah.
Matt Olson, first guy off the bus.
He's played in over 900 consecutive games. Nobody in the major leagues right now has played more consecutive games than him.
I did not know that. Did you know that the NCAA is cracking down on crime?
Oh, good.
This is their new initiative, all right? Their new initiative is to crack down on crime.
Someone has to.
We are done with everybody just breaking the rules, running roughshod, walking all over us.
Speeding in the state of Georgia.
Well, they haven't gotten to that yet. I think that's
Well, that's
stage
a very
3.
big problem.
That's a very big problem. That might be stage 3 or 4. The first problem that they solved is said, you know what, Arion Carter, the linebacker for Tennessee, who was thinking about going to the NFL draft, you sick son of a gun. We got you.
We're going to make an example out of you.
We know that your agent paid $427 for your flight to NFL draft facilities so you could give yourself the best shot to know whether or not you're going to get drafted. You sick human. You evil person. We got you. We found you. 2-game suspension. That's what the NCAA did. They flexed their muscles, Josh Odson.
Well, I mean, so this gentleman, what was his name?
Arion Carter.
Aaron Carter must have not. He must have taken this illicit gift without paying it back. Yes.
I don't know.
No, he did pay it back.
Oh, he did pay it back. I didn't get to
I was
that part of the
setting you
article. yeah, I didn't. It says he repaid the $427 flight cost.
He paid the money back.
Wow, that's even worse.
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
Yeah,
Can I be real with you? I was just cool with the guy like it was his agent. He just paid for the flight, you know?
That's what an agent should do.
Yeah, exactly. Give yourself an opportunity
That's
to
why you
figure
get-
out what the best decision is for your future.
You get the representation.
But according to the NCAA, they said, screw you. How dare you try? How dare you try and find out what the best path for financial tranquility is for you, Arion Carter? You thought you'd get away with it.
This cannot stand.
This cannot stand.
I'm glad cooler heads have prevailed.
We cannot allow NCAA athletes to view all options and make the best decisions for themselves.
So Aaron Carter's going to miss the Nebraska game.
No, I don't know if you know this. Nebraska doesn't play Tennessee this year.
Oh,
yeah.
They moved it to next year?
No. They didn't. But no,
No?
they didn't move it to next year.
Okay.
And
I live my life one day at a time.
and
I don't
also
know what's
too,
going on.
You would think they got a better opponent to replace Tennessee,
Well,
right?
sure. If you're taking Tennessee off the schedule, you better
Yeah.
replace it with something good.
You would think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How about the Bowling Green? How do you feel about that team?
Well, only if there's a mega country superstar playing afterwards.
Well, you know what? They
There's-
actually booked that for the game before.
I can't remember what game he's playing.
No, it's Zach Miller is going to play after the Bowling Green.
We're
game.
going to make that happen, Husker
We are.
fans.
I want him to play all gas, no brakes at the Bowling Green game when we're tied 13-13 going into the fourth quarter.
Bad.
It's bad. It's real
That was
bad.
pretty good. That was good. That was good.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying to get my impressions down. I'm currently in the lab working on a Jon Walker.
All right. I mean,
that's a long meandering way to say.
Am I tripping? He said that twice today, and I made note of it.
He said, didn't he say "cuh" 2 weeks ago or something like that, or was it "bruh"? Or
Oh wow,
he said "cuh" or "bruh."
Okay, I'm okay with that. That's fine.
I forgot what he said. Something. He said something like keeping it 100 or getting your lick back. He's getting your lick back. He's like, they got to get their lick back.
Oh,
that's what he was using as a term on the show.
We're at Werner Park, by the way. If you're listening to us at Werner Park,
I think he said "cuh."
You are allowed to make noise. I just want to alert everybody in the stands.
Oh,
is it listening to
I'm
us.
sorry, is it a little sleepy for you on 1 o'clock on a Wednesday, John? Josh, you know what? I don't know if you know this. Some people are working right now, all right?
Some people aren't, and they're here having a good time with us.
You're like the people who look at the Nebraska student section when the Huskers are losing by 35, and they go, why aren't they louder?
Or like Creighton PA announcers who tell the fans to make noise.
I'm just saying, me staying in the stands ain't going to make Jeff Sims a better decision at quarterback, all right?
On that, we agree, I guess.
We agree on many things here on Josh Hodson, just like it's time to go to a break. What to watch and Dog of the Day coming up next here on Middays with Matt.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Real quick before we get to what to watch, Baylor basketball has released a video of them doing some practicing and whatnot. And at the very beginning of the video, for a split second, you can see where the Big 12 Monster Energy branding is going to go on the Big 12 courts. I don't think people are going to be very happy about where they placed it.
Oh, where'd they put it?
Under the free throw line, directly under it.
Seems
tacky.
Well,
tacky.
Sure.
Tacky. Very tacky. And distracting. Very distracting. Okay, what are we watching tonight, Josh Hudson?
Well, we're watching the Braves and the Mets right now.
Yes, we are.
On MLB Network, tied at 2 in the 6th inning, I think. Here at Werner, 1-0 Saints over the Chasers in the bottom of the 3rd. Later today on MLB Network, it's Brewers and Giants right around 3 o'clock start time there. And then Mariners and Dodgers, good one out west tonight, 9:30 on MLB Network. WNBA doubleheader on USA tonight. The Dream are in Dallas to take on the Wings at 7. And then it is Valkyries Mercury at 9 o'clock. See how many WNBA teams I know? Hulu, Disney Plus, they have Devil Wears Prada 2. Meryl Streep, Anne Hathaway, Emily Blunt, and the Tooch return to the fashionable streets of New York City and the sleek offices of Runway Magazine in the sequel to the 2006 film. And this started at noon. I don't know if this is still on. Pope Leo's Concert for Peace.
Hell yeah.
I didn't know this was happening.
Dude, he's got a sick opener.
It's a global event featuring remarks from the Big East Pope. So Big East Sports Connection, an interview and performance with Andrea Bocelli, and a rare tour of
Borgo Laudato Si.
Thank you. And its historic gardens. Tom Yamas and Julio Vaquero.
I say it right. No, Julio Vaquero.
Julio Vaquero, anchor. And it's also day 4 of Shark Week. I forgot to look what they're showing on Shark Week
Probably
tonight.
Sharknado, the final experiences.
There it is. Yep, landed right above us.
The foul, everyone just started putting their heads to the sky, and I was like, oh my God, it's coming, it's here.
You got to keep your head on a swivel.
I thought the meteor game would be the Vikings versus the Packers, not the St. Paul Saints versus the Omaha Storm Chasers. Hit it, Janisek.
All right, folks, let's talk right now. I'm going to kill your bookmaker. I'm going to rip his throat out. I will blow this man out. I will step on his throat until the man chokes. Let me tell you how. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. Dog. Winners. I'm on a roll.
Dude, you got to love dogs, right?
Yes, we do. I am going to go with Davis Martin, the Chicago White Sox, to meet the New York Yankees.
What's the Davis Martin?
He's a starting pitcher for
Okay.
Chicago White Sox. You just said Big East Pope.
Yeah, on the Pope's Concert for Peace Day, the White Sox should win, right?
Exactly. It's Chicago's Pope, more accurately. Father Bob.
Is that what you're calling him?
That's what he is. Father Bob. Right? I've known him since his days, back in the south side of Chicago.
Papa Bob?
Papa Bob. That's crazy. Father Bob's, I actually might watch some of his concert, I had Andre Bocelli at my wedding. Do you know who sang at her wedding? Andre Bocelli. That's a Kim Kardashian reference right there. That was from Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
I'm not familiar. I mean, I'm familiar with the show. I've never watched it.
I
have watched other things Kim Kardashian has appeared in, but not.
All right, I think that'd be
that
a
one.
perfect time to end the show right there before we get canceled. Right there. Coming up next on Sportsmanlike Conduct
That's
with
what he said.
John Bishop and Austin Jacobson and his slowly deteriorating Carolina Panthers up next here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.